Good morning and a very warm welcome to the EIT Health Catapult Semi-Finals 2021. My name is Alison Munro and it is my great pleasure to host our press event. Now, yesterday and today and tomorrow, we met and we will be meeting the best of the healthcare startups in Europe today. Catapult is an outstanding programme of training and competition to boost the development of the most promising startups in healthcare in Europe. And for the last months, 40 disruptive startups have been working from the biotech, medtech and digital to work extremely hard and receive high-level quality of training in both business modelling, investment strategies, deal negotiation and pitch training. And we are all eager to meet them, and we wish to express our congratulations to all of the startups for their commitment, their hard work and their talent to have made it through to the semi-finals. This is quite an amazing accomplishment. And to everybody today who is joining this call from across Europe academics, health professionals, investors, we are very, very pleased to welcome you and thank you for joining us. These semi-finals give us all a unique opportunity, of course, to meet the startups, and we all have access to discuss, to connect and to network. And of course, collaborations, everybody is looking to meet and to make collaborations with strong partners to take the next steps forward. So our inspiring journey began yesterday. It continues today and tomorrow. And we invite everyone to join us and have a fantastic time. And today, of course, is Medtech Day. We have an exciting mix of 14 startups from the Medtechs, the top Medtechs in Europe. Each startup will have 5 minutes to pitch, followed by 5 minutes of questions with our exciting and interesting and international jury. We will also have short, inspiring keynotes, 3 in fact, providing us with insights into the healthcare innovation today. And of course, multiple opportunities to network, to meet, to connect, and to start many conversations. Please join our matchmaking platform to schedule sessions between yourself and the startups. And this afternoon, between 3:10 Central European Time and 4:30 Central European Time, you can book appointments. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, Central European Time, of course, we will announce the winners at our exciting awards ceremony. So stay with us to learn who's going to make it through to the finals. There will be plenty of breaks also to have coffee, make conversations, get fresh air, and of course, take on board these amazing stories we will discover today. Of course, we wish to thank important people. And we wish to start first to thank our sponsors. Now, first of all, we would like to thank first of all our partners, the great teams who have invested energy, time, enthusiasm to provide this prestigious event. That is our great friends at EIT Health, Cap Digital, Medical Valley, and Beyond RM. And of course, we want to thank particularly our sponsors. We wish to thank particularly AstraZeneca, Amazon Web Services, EG Technology, Luciadas, McDermott, Will and Emery, Merck and Nasdaq. More will be revealed about their prizes later on. And now it is a pleasure to welcome our international jury panel. Now the panel have a high level of expertise from renowned institutions. They've got wide expertise right across the board of venture capital, equity investment, technical sector, of course, and they have a challenging and daunting task of choosing those winners later today. They will be considering the level of innovation, the impact, the investment potential, and the startup's development strategies. So let's take a look to get to know them a little better. We will meet today Dr. Aidan Flanagan, he's an R&D fellow from Boston Scientific. Simon Turner, a partner at Sofinova Partners. Veronique Vermeeren, principal at IMEX Expand. Neil Thomas, a partner at Ventac Partners. Danielle Starr, managing partner at TDJ Pitango Ventures. Dr. Nana Bit-Avragim, founder of iHospital InnoLab, and Claudio Feiju, the Rector's Delegate for Entrepreneurship at the Université Politécnica de Madrid. Thank you to all our jury members for being with us, and we hope you will enjoy this enlightening and exciting day. A few words about some practicalities, of course, as we are broadcasting live. Please also remember to refresh the page if you lose the current live feed. For optimum viewing, click on the bottom right corner to be able to have a maximum full screen view. And if you want to pause or play, just click in the middle of your screen. And to optimize network meetings this afternoon, please favor Google Chrome browser. And of course, we are very keen to hear your thoughts and your opinions, to see your photos, hear your conversations through the hashtag EITH Catapult. Of course, there is still plenty of time to book the one-to-one matchmaking meetings. Please go ahead and do so now and throughout the day. And now I am very pleased indeed to hand over to the Director of Business Creation at EIT Health, Kurt Höller. Kurt, good morning.
Good morning, Alison. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning, Kurt?
Very good. Excited.
Yep, absolutely. Another exciting day ahead. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Alison. Indeed, good morning to everyone, and I hope you're as excited as I am to see 14 new startups in the Medtech area. So it has been already an impressive day yesterday. You might remember we had Alexander Belkredi and Holger Kissel with us. Alexander was the founder of Phagomate, or one of the co-founders of Phagomate, and they sold their company right after they have pitched here at our EIT Health Catapult, and they got second winner in the biotech category last year. So within the last 12 months, they have sold their company to BioNTech, a company that all of you will know due to the pandemics. But BioNTech also Holger explained on behalf of BioNTech, that they are not focusing only on vaccines, but also on different technologies. And that's why they were super interested in Phagomate and their new treatment for fighting bacteria. So that was also a great day of pitches, and we got great winners from various countries. And today we will do the same. The winners, as you know, will go to Stockholm in order to pitch at the live stage. So that's also the reason why this year the semifinals are not in autumn, but in winter, beginning of December now. Last year we had the finals kind of exactly at the same time where we have the semifinals right now. We decided to postpone the finals and our whole summit to May in order to meet in person again. Hopefully everyone will be able to come to the finals in person in Stockholm in May 24th and 25th. But now we will meet here online again, like we already did last year, to have the semifinals. That gives a lot of participants, a lot of investors, the possibility to join remotely without any need to travel. But before I hand over, or before we introduce to the Catapult, let me say a few words about EIT Health and our success so far. As you can see here on that slide, and actually it's not a real slide, it's a screenshot that I took from our startup database, startups.eithealth.eu. So if you're interested to check out some of our startups that we have supported so far, please just log in on that platform. So I did a screenshot a couple of days ago, and there you can see a couple of interesting things. First, you can see the overall number of startups that we have supported so far. More than 1,000 startups, 1,156. That was the latest number. So that's the number of startups that we have supported since our beginning in 2015. You can see on the map that we are supporting not companies only in a few countries. We are supporting startups all over Europe. Basically in every European country, we have identified good startups that have been worth being supported by EIT Health. And on the bottom left, you can see a very nice chart that shows you that the companies that we have supported were able to raise impressive amounts of investments, private investments and grants. So you can see that in 2019, 2020, they have been already raising 300 million euro overall per year. And 2021 certainly is our most successful year. There you can see that the investment raised was more than 700 million euro so far, and I'm pretty sure that number will even increase till end of the year. On the next screenshot I did, you can also see the overall valuation of EIT health supported companies. You can see two things. First, the overall amount has increased a lot. Since 2015, where we started with a couple of €100 million of overall value of the startups that we have supported. Of course, it have been a few. You can now see that it's a much higher number. If you look to the light red versus the dark red, you can see that most of the companies, or the highest part of that overall value, comes from companies that have been created within the last 5 years. So basically within EIT Health existence. But that also shows you that if you create a company now, it doesn't take you 10 years to make it big. That can happen actually rather quickly if you're in the right spot, especially if you're in the area of medtech and digital health, but also in biotech. That actually now happens a lot. If we look to the next slide, I just want to show you that the companies that we have supported so far actually have also some individual companies have grown a lot. Cert Health just got now in the league of the first European health unicorns. Then you also can see companies like Orkin that we have supported through our Gold Track, or Sparing Vision, Loop. They have been participants in our Health Catapult, and Sparing Vision was our superstar last year because they have raised right after winning the biotech the biotech finals the year before. They have raised 44 million euro, more than 44 million euro. So that was a great success that we celebrated last year. Now let's have a look into the Catapult. So some of you will know that the Catapult doesn't start with the semifinals. Of course, there is a very comprehensive and heavy process upfront. So startups apply in writing. There is a jury selecting the top proposals and inviting those startups to regional pitches. Then in these regional pitches in front of a jury, of course, that also happened online this year. These startups are tested, and only the top 2 per category are put forward to the semifinals. We have 7 regions, so 7 times 2 startups that proceed makes 14 startups in total. And then here in the semifinals, we have the biotech semifinal that happened already yesterday. Medtech is happening today. Digital health is happening tomorrow. We are already preparing the companies intensively through a so-called super mentoring. And that super mentoring also lasts until the finals. That will happen next year in May 24th, 25th in Stockholm. So that's kind of the process of Catapult. Just a few numbers. Now we are in our 6th edition. So the Catapult is existing for 6 years now. We have supported in our semifinals through the very intensive mentoring 231 companies up to date. These companies have raised more than 400 million euros, so pretty successful. Also, the audience is rather large. We had more than 3,500 participants, usually corporates, EIT Health partners, but also 500 investors in total that have registered and signed up to join our Catapult. 2 of our winners have been already acquired, and the most impressive number for me, we have participants from overall 47 countries. So really an truly international competition. And I already mentioned Sparing Vision, Florence, who has raised 44.5 million euro right after winning the biotech finals in 2019. And that's Phagomed, the company that I also mentioned that was acquired by BioNTech, also right after winning the 2nd place in the biotech funds. So that's some introductory slides. And now I'm delighted to invite Chatflow on the stage to have a little chat with me about the overall situation of medtech investments in Europe. Chat is one of our supervisory board members at EIT Health. He joined us recently. He is really a truly global person, I would say. He has lived almost everywhere. At least if you read through his CV, you can see that he has a footprint not only in the US, where he's coming from, but also UK. And currently, Chad, you're calling in from Dubai, right? Where you are partner at TVM Capital Healthcare and taking care of attracting funding for startups also from the Emirates. Chad, good morning. How are you doing? How is it in Dubai?
It's hard to tell Europeans how nice it is here at the moment. It's lovely, thanks. Very nice to connect with you, Kurt. I'm delighted to be here today. Yeah, I very recently joined the supervisory board of EIT Health, and a quick word on that. I think it's part of my very long career as investment banker and private equity partner to find an organization like EIT Health, which stimulates, supports, and helps to finance innovation in Europe. So I'm delighted.
Thank you so much. Yeah, indeed. So you bring in the investment expertise into the supervisory board, and that's also the reason why we invited you today for this opening, to give us some insights about the investment ecosystems and how actually we deal in Europe with that. So first question that I have to you, is there actually enough money in the market to invest also into the early and mid-stage companies that we will see today here at the Medtech semifinals?
Well, the world is full of liquidity. There's zero doubt about that. So there's plenty of capital in the world. I think some of the issues that European startups have faced since I came back to Europe in 1989 are, the experience of raising early stage money, the fruition to exit. So those issues, and we can talk about that in a little bit more detail, are, some of those remain. It's not a question of overall liquidity. It's a question of specific liquidity for startups. And the hope of a day like today and yesterday and tomorrow is channeling available liquidity into the best companies and opportunities ahead. But no question about overall liquidity.
That's a good starting point. So now, how well is the European innovation ecosystem, especially in that area of medtech, positioned to attract also large investments? What do you say there?
Well, I continue to think that the science base in Europe and if you like, the broader ecosystem for this remains excellent. And I come from Boston, from MIT experience and so on. I've seen a lot of what happened successfully there. Europe has not matched that in the sense of its fruition, but I would say particularly in medtech, the opportunity is outstanding. I think particularly of the DACH region, but also the UK, Scandinavia, France. I mean, all over, the opportunities for medtech are excellent, based on the history and the science base that we have in Europe. Kurt, you can redirect the question, but the opportunity is clearly there. I think where we get into some struggles, most medtech companies anyway sell rather than go onto the public markets. But if you take a little look at the exit routes for life sciences generally, including medtech, the opportunities in the European public markets, in the late stage growth capital, and even those that have gone to NASDAQ have been challenging. The dream of many life science companies is now laterally, because of additional liquidity and comparable companies, to go to NASDAQ. But in fact, the majority of them trade under their IPO values, have failed to get liquidity. So this is a challenge ahead. that remains, and the European stock markets, have also not managed to hold liquidity for a lot of the companies. Of course, there are exceptions, and BioNTech and the mRNA companies, lead the pack. We've seen Valneva, trade up greatly, and so on and so forth. But in general, that is one of the challenges. And the hope is by choosing champions this way, the way that we're doing today, that we can create, a better spurt of these kinds of companies towards liquidity, like Phagomed and others. I strongly believe in that, but there's no doubt of some of the challenges that remain.
Thank you. That would already be a great transition to the next keynote speaker, Niklas Holmberg, who will speak from Nasdaq. So he's the director of all the European listings at Nasdaq, and he will speak about an IPO in Europe. But we are not there yet. Let's further look at and you already touched on that, on the difference between Europe and the US. And of course, both worlds very well. So how is the European ecosystem equipped, and is it equipped well enough to compete with the US? You already touched upon the scientific excellence that we see in Europe, and a bit the backlog of investments. But in general, also looking into 2022, do we get closer or do we get further away? What's your impression?
Well, I'm sure we get closer. I'm sure there's progress, and success stories that come through are going to encourage that progress. The fact is, capital is mobile, and it goes where it gets its best returns at lowest risks. I think the fundamentals remain very strong for starting and encouraging companies in Europe. In general, early stage companies have attracted less capital, more measured capital into their balance sheets, than in the U.S. And so I think larger dollops of capital into these companies is going to be very helpful. But that capital comes on the other side of exit opportunities and belief in liquidity events that may happen in the successive years. So it has to tie together. I think the more success stories that we have, the more management teams that have proven themselves that they can take a company through several stages, management teams that have been through tough times and show themselves to be resilient and successful. In Europe, there's probably viewed to be a deeper pool of those management teams in the U.S., and there's been a certain brain drain of Europeans that have gone to the U.S. as a result, or transform their companies to go to the U.S. in order to position themselves better for that. So I think progress along those lines, liquidity events, exit success stories, strong management teams remaining in Europe, and we see them, will encourage the sort of cycle of investment, maturity, liquidity that will continue to attract capital. And I don't only mean to talk about the public markets or venture or growth. I also mean in terms of exits to strategics. And there are a number of very strong strategic medtech players in Europe who are combing the ground looking for breakthrough technologies. And that's also very important. As I say, globally, exits for medical technology companies, diagnostics to IT and so on, have been to strategics rather than to the public markets. So this will no doubt continue, but I think these cycles with large Europeans and the partners of EIT, there are a number of them there that offer additional visibility to the sort of winners that we're going to have today. That's also an important part of the ecosystem that will produce success, additional capital and liquidity.
So that's a point that I also would like to touch upon. So on the one hand, we know that if you look to the Boston area, everything is very intense. Everything is very close. People know each other. That is, of course, much more difficult in a broad European system. The second topic is the single market that you have in the US. So we have one large market that you can immediately address. In Europe, you have a fragmented reimbursement system. Regulatory is also not always that easy. how important is a network like EIT Health and the visibility that we can give to startups, but also beyond the visibility, the advice, the coaching to get into the different reimbursement systems. So how important is a network like ours for young companies to succeed?
Well, that's why I'm here. Is I believe it's very important, and I believe that continuing to work on that in terms of visibility for these companies, attraction of capital is extremely important. But you quickly touched upon the regulatory side and the complexities of operating in Europe and in intrinsically smaller markets and so on. So I do think that the more that of amalgamation of regulatory approvals and so on can be brought forward to help to make it a little less challenging, will no doubt help over time. But the facts are that we do have discontinuous regulatory patterns to a degree in Europe, and those are going to remain. I'm convinced again that the visibility that EIT Health, with its very, very broad set of partners, is a great strength. Is an opportunity for everyone to come into these kinds of competitions and be promoted in its way, in their ways, each of them. As a way to highlight a sort of a screening, encouragement, backing from our kind of organization. And so I'm new, but I strongly believe and hope it will continue.
Super. So that's super encouraging to all participants and startups today. You already mentioned NASDAQ, and therefore I'm very much looking forward also myself now to the keynotes and the expert insights from my friend Niklas together with Karsten. But in order to introduce them properly, I will hand back to Alison. Thank you so much, Chad, for this nice morning chat. And see you soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kurt. Thank you, Chad. And we are now going to welcome our two speakers for the first of our expert insights, something that every startup will consider and needs to find out about is what are the success factors for an early stage healthcare IPO? Well, to tell us all about that, let's welcome from NASDAQ, the Managing Director of Global Listing Services, Niklas Holmberg, and the Head of Listings in Denmark, Karsten Boring.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this session. My name is Niklas Holmberg. I'm responsible for the company listed on the Swedish Stock Exchange, our main market, and also NASDAQ First North that we're going to hear a little bit more about. But I'm not here alone. I'm also here with Karsten Boring, so please introduce yourself.
Yeah, as said, my name is Karsten Boring, and I'm Head of Listing and Capital Markets in Copenhagen. But Niklas and I are working together with all the listed companies here in Europe and bringing them to one of our markets here in the Nordic region that Niklas will tell a little bit more about here in the introduction.
So why is this important for you listening today is that you probably know there's a lot of healthcare company aim to raise capital, and the number of specialized VC, the number of specialized fund is not enough, not even close to support all the company that aim for raising capital to support the growth journey. So here today we're going to talk about that might be a little bit a road that you not heard about before to go public in early stage. So just I will start to give you a story. 2016, in the beginning of April, I met the CEO, Erik Gartenholm, for Cellink. They were early stage company. They were very clear about their strategy. They aimed to list the company on NASDAQ First North, our growth market, and they were targeting the US market. A little bit later this year, they actually went public with a pre-money valuation of 12 million euro, raising 3 million euro. As you probably understand, this is a small company listed with NASDAQ, but they have a very clear strategy. Today, this company, 5 years later, have a market cap of 2 billion euro. They have been able to go back to the market 7 times to raise new capital, and they have made acquisition in Canada, US, and Germany. So what we're going to talk about a little bit, the advantage of going public early. So you probably heard about NASDAQ. We're on the stock exchange in the US. They heavily competed with the New York Stock Exchange, and we are happy to say that we have a win rate of 75%. But we also run the stock exchange in the Nordic and Baltics. And what we see, the dynamic, what we have in the Nordics, that you have a potential to go public early. I'm not going to go through these numbers, but we have the best market in terms of listings, in terms of raising capital. So we are the leading SME market in Europe. So again, when you consider to go early to the capital market, to the public way, there's a lot of questions that you need to ask yourself. First, you must understand that you're going to be a public company. So that means that you need to have a structure and a strategy for communication. So when we're talking about NASDAQ First North, our growth market, multi-trading platform, is about not just raising capital, but also use the public market for your growth journey. So it's not really an exit market. With that said, of course, NASDAQ don't have any rules in terms of exit. So first, before you even consider looking into the NASDAQ rules, you need to understand, is my IPO story good enough? So when me and Carsten meet companies all the time, we of course give them ideas about the rules and how to prepare the company, but quite early in the stage, we want them to meet the financial advisors. So what we're actually doing that, depending on the size of the company, depending on the size of transaction, depending on in which area are you a digital health company or a Medtech company, biotech, we try to introduce it to the right advisors. Again, we are NASDAQ, so we're independent, so we would never say, go along with that advisor, but we will kind of open up the doors for you. So after having 4 or 5 of this meeting, you will understand if this public road, if you are there right now, or if the advisors believe that you will come a little bit further before IPO is important for you. So in the beginning is quite much about finding the right board members, because remember that it's not just about your technology or your service or your product. You're also going to be in terms of valued in terms of the board members and the management. And especially if you're a young company and you're a young team, even more important to have the experience within the board. So that might take some time to find the best suitable board members to help you out as a public company. We also see more and more companies using the public market and NASDAQ for our brand. So going back again to Selling, the company that I started talking about, they wanted to enter the US market. The management team were around 28, 29 years old, but with having the credibility that comes with NASDAQ, it opened up doors. So they were able to talk to the university or hospitals. They would never, ever enter if they were not a NASDAQ listed company. So again, they used the NASDAQ brand to open up a new market. We also see a lot of companies coming to our market because they have a buy and build strategy. So what we see right now, the investors and the advisors are very keen to support you if you believe that you have a buy and build strategy. But remember, if you decide to go early to the capital market, to the public market, you need to know your best friends, your investors. So you're more unsecured, you're more bumpy, your road's going to be, you're more important for you is to understand who are your investors, who are the ones that will support you if you're delayed with a product or a service, if Corona happens or something else. So, because they are the one that if you're for a quarter result, if you are not, deliver on the expectation, they will not push the sell button. They will actually see an opportunity to buy more shares. So using the public market for growth have been amazing. And this year in the Nordic, we have listed more than 175 companies in the Nordic. And around 70% of those companies are listed on Nasdaq First North, our growth market. So we are for sure the leading exchange for SMEs. And what we have done since 3-4 years ago, we tried to see if we can attract so many Nordic companies. We understand that there are so many European company and maybe non-European company that will be very suitable for us. So we put together a strategy. So now we have financial advisors, legal advisors, investors that are ready to support you in terms of a growth journey. So now I will hand over to you, Karsten, to talk a little bit with your fantastic background and your knowledge within the healthcare space. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And it's gonna be a quick deep dive within the healthcare sector because we have not that much time, but we have quite a few slides. But you will have the slides afterwards, so don't be disappointed. But this is what it was all about: healthcare, and this is how we divide it within our sectors here at Nasdaq and in all other countries or exchanges around the world. And that's very important to remember because it's exactly the same way to sector all the companies down in different boxes. So when you are listed here in medical equipment, for instance, 4535, you as an investor, you can tap in these numbers and you will find all the companies in the world which belong to this kind of sector that are similar to you. So back to what Niklas said, it's very important to be visible for us. We know there's 1,000 ways to get capital nowadays, and there's a lot of capital, but you need to look beyond your capital needs when you go listing. As Niklas said, it's visibility, it's trustworthiness, it's a lot of things when you consider going public. And right now we have more than 200 healthcare companies listed here in the Nordic region. That maybe doesn't sound a lot, but you have to compare to that we are about 20 million people here in the Nordic region. So we are small in number of people, but we are very big in number of companies. So if you take the next, this is just to show how the First North market has gone from the beginning. We are more than 500 companies right now. So you can say this is half year. Now we are about I think we have 520 companies now. It's going fast. And there's a lot of companies going in. So next. This is where we go into the healthcare. You could see that we have listed, and Niklas told us that it is more than 120 companies this year. On the healthcare side, it's more than 20 companies. It's on 25 companies. And that's very important to bear in mind that you are not alone on the journey if you go public on healthcare. So there will be a lot of investors knowing what is going on. And it is amazing to see how the risk appetite among retail investors and institutional investors has risen over the last couple of years to embrace your growth journey as a biotech company. Because going from invention to the market with your product, it will cost you a lot of money. And it will be at some point, you will either be sold to a big biotech company and fit in there, or you have to go the journey and raise a lot of capital. And that's why the exchange can follow you all the way. Next. This is then again, just maybe it's a hidden secret for many people, because 200 companies, 72 companies in the biotech company. Now we're taking a deeper dive into the biotech sector. We have more than 70 biotech companies here in the Nordic region. But this is the market cap, and it's maybe a hidden secret that we are the biggest exchange in Europe. We all know that we are the biggest exchange in the world with Nasdaq Biotech Index in the US, but it's a hidden secret for many European that the Nordic region are so good at biotech here in Denmark and Sweden and Finland. Next. And then you think, how big should I be? And that's very good to look at. And here we have the 50 smallest companies that have been listed within healthcare in the last couple of years. And you can see it's 10 million, it's 15 million in market cap for a healthcare company. And a lot of companies with, you have a more or less a way through phase something, or you are preclinical or whatever you are, you will easily reach this market cap. And this market cap is including new money. So it's also, maybe it's only half of the market value that is pre-money, and then you're raising on top 100% more money to go for a certain step on the journey. Next. This slide shows why we can attract so many healthcare companies. That's because you deliver a very good return to our investors. You can see the blue line. It's better than the flagship index in every country in the Nordic region, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark. Healthcare deliver the numbers. And that is the reason why we can get so many companies into to our exchange. And you can see on the next slide that is more or less what your European companies. You will easily go to Euronext, London, Oslo, or another country, but this is really shows that Nasdaq in the Nordic is really the biotech hub in Europe. And that's very important to bear in mind, because the investors will be more and more clever. They will ask the right questions. And it's also very important that you can raise capital the rest of your life, because you will need a lot of money to go public, and you will go to the market again and again and again. So it's not all about going public, it's all about going to the market. So if you have more questions, you're also always welcome to reach out to Niklas or me or the rest of the team, and we are happy to talk to you guys. But this is a beginning. Think it through. Is something for you, because there's a lot more into a listing than just capital. It's visibility and trustworthy for your partnerships in the future, and also for your employees.
And so, I just wanted to add that also me and Carsten will be happy to discuss if you have any ideas of going public in the US. Of course, you can start talking with me and Carsten, and we will try to support you with make you all the relevant intros. So either the Nordic market or the US market is Carsten and me, so you can feel free to reach out. And we are both of us on LinkedIn. So just use our contact details, send us an email or use LinkedIn, and we will be happy to support you guys.
Thank you very much indeed, Niklas and Carsten, for joining us today. We now are going to Dublin to meet our second expert insight speaker to talk about the essential role, the human factor in medtech innovation. We are very happy to welcome the CEO of the Irish Platform for Patients' Organisations, Science and Industry, Derek Mitchell. Derek, the floor is yours. We will also, of course, be having a final third expert insight talk this afternoon before, of course, the awards ceremony. And throughout the day, we are going to have 4 different sequences where we are going to meet our pitches. Now, those pitches we know are the top amongst the top medtechs in Europe today. We perhaps are going to discover, and certainly we will discover, some of them who will go into the finals in Stockholm in 2022, and even those who will become the champions of tomorrow. We will have a very strict timing for the session of pitching. Each startup will pitch for 5 minutes, which will then be followed by 5 minutes with the jury asking their questions. And at the end of the pitch and at the end of the Q&A, they then will mark the pitches in their notes. So let's now go over to Dublin to meet Derek Mitchell. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Great.
Very well, Derek. Over to you.
Thanks ever so much for the invitation to join you this morning. It's very exciting to see some of the semi-finalists, and I'm here to talk to you about how patient input and patient experience can be incorporated into medtech. So I'll just get my slides going here. So one of the things about patient input and involvement in medtech is that the perceived wisdom, I think, over many years was that either patient engagement or involvement in medtech was either too expensive or too risky. And now I think instead of the risk of doing patient involvement, the risk is, the discussion is about how the risk of not doing patient involvement. And there's a couple of key factors in that. One is that certainly from the area of health research, the research funders have really emphasized that meaningful relationships with patient groups and individual patients are part and parcel of health research all around Europe. And we're seeing a direct correlation between the research that gets funded with high quality patient involvement. We're also seeing a good deal of work on patient education, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that later in the presentation. We're also seeing the whole area of real world evidence and the need for an iterative cycle of data generation is generating expectations both from funders, but also regulators and indeed patients themselves. And indeed, the regulatory requirements are coming through in terms of the mandatory nature of patient involvement. So all of this is coming together in the need to really develop a framework for how the medtech industry can look at patient involvement throughout the life cycle of its products. So just as a quick recap about patient involvement, and we use the acronym PPI, and that's patient and public involvement. And there's a number of acronyms and a number of different descriptions of what we're talking about here. And I'd be clear that this is not about transparency to the public. It's about ensuring that patients and the public are involved in the design, the development, and the conduct of research and development all the way through from start to finish, but also help to communicate the benefits and the outputs of that to the public. So the reason why I'm here this morning is because my organization, IPOSI in Ireland, has been doing this for over 15 years. And we are a public-private partnership. We're founded by patients, we're patient-led in everything we do, but it's about creating spaces between patients and the other actors and stakeholders in the health innovation space. And our fundamental reason for being is to create the future generation of educated, involved, informed patient advocates, but to create spaces whereby they can become true, meaningful, full partners in the health innovation space. And what patient groups and patients really founded us on the basis is that we would generate impact within the system, that it's not just a kind of a reason for maybe a slightly tokenistic involvement of patients. It's about true involvement. And the reason why we create these spaces is because patients want to see more of these. It's very clear that the cohort of patients that we engage with, they're hugely motivated to get involved for a variety of different reasons. But those spaces are things that they get enormous benefit from, both personally and in terms of their groups, their advocacy. So this is just to give you a flavor of the types of spaces. We do everything from Dragon's Dens to citizen juries to We do mapping of patient opportunities within the health research and innovation space in Ireland. And we're working a lot with our European counterparts through initiatives like the European Patients Academy and other European projects. And I think it's fair to say within the medtech sector, there are a number of challenges to try and map where patient input would be of most impact in the development of medtech solutions. And some of these challenges are down to the sheer diversity of medtech. Historically, I think the primary customer has been the clinician or the healthcare professional, with hospital procurement obviously a very important element of gaining access to market. But also, I think that there's been a wide variation in the way that regulators and companies view how PPI impacts on both the upstream and the downstream decision making. And thankfully, there's evidence coming through from other sectors that the earlier the engagement is, the higher the impact. But of course, everybody here is staring ahead and kind of trying to avoid this valley of death in the innovation cycle, where you need real due diligence to engage with stakeholders, to take on their input and make decisions to avoid that valley of death. And what I'm presenting to you today is that patient engagement at the earlier stage is becoming far, far more important for medtech, particularly those devices that are looking to go directly to patients as their primary user. So of course, the regulatory challenges from a medtech sector are increasing, both from a data collection perspective, but also in terms of that iterative side improvements. So the question is, how do we incorporate patient engagement into this iterative cycle? So I'm not going to compare apples and oranges here, but there are similarities that can be pulled from the medicine's life cycle. And on this slide it's just an example of where it has been mapped out where patient input adds value to the life cycle. But it's fair to say that within that life cycle, the earlier the engagement, the higher the impact. So when you engage in the prioritization of the initial solution, the impact in terms of further downstream is coming through, and the evidence is coming through about this. And just to give you a flavor of some of the impacts, these range from everything from the cost of protocol amendments from clinical trials all the way to reprioritization of the original question. So thankfully, this evidence is now making the case and proving the case that early engagement works and actually improves the process. So hopefully that will avoid the valley of death. So the one point that I wanted to emphasize today is that the patient cohort, the patient community, is becoming much more structured in terms of its engagement with the innovation community. There are a vast number of patient groups who are creating mechanisms for not just collecting their own data, but also using and sharing that data with innovators to drive better decision making. And the patients that we engage with they're multiple types. They're from different areas. And IPOSI as an organization, we don't concentrate on individual disease-specific areas, but it's very clear from within our engagement with the medtech sector in Ireland, and there's a growing, strong medtech sector in Ireland, that the early engagement needs to be probably disease-specific. But thankfully, there's a lot of guidance now, and there's training for innovators and indeed researchers in the whole area of patient involvement. I'd like to highlight the work by the EIT I've mentioned already, but also there's an innovative medicines initiative project called Paradigm, and there's some really useful tips about how you might go about doing this early engagement. But of course, in terms of it being an equal partnership, the patient community is a diverse community, and depending on your solution, you need to probably think about what kind of patients you're actually looking for. Are you looking to engage with patient groups or indeed with individual advocates? Invariably, you're looking for, I think in the medtech sector, it's typically around the patient pathway, what the experience is within either a healthcare setting or indeed in their daily lives. And the patients that we engage with are interested in interacting. But I think it's important that the innovators know just what the motivations are for an awful lot of people. And these are quite diverse. So it's really important that there's a fundamental education on both sides of, I think, the challenges from a medtech sector in terms of the kind of steps that you have to take, but also some of the roadblocks that are in place before you can actually bring a solution to market. But also education on the side of the innovators about some of these motivations, about why people want to get more involved and what kind of roles and responsibilities are being created for patients. Because I think fundamentally from our side, transparency and trust is absolutely key to maintain a very productive relationship. And these opportunities for patients and patient advocates are growing, and increasingly it's merging with the whole area of patient data. There's moves afoot within the European Commission and in Europe in general to make sure that health data can be more interoperable, that it can move, and there is a huge consensus that the citizen or the patient needs to be at the very, very heart of that in terms of consent mechanisms and models for where data can be used. So from our point of view, patients do need support. Patients do need to be supported in the roles that are there for them, and they need to be remunerated for these increasingly technical, increasingly there's quite a strong commitment involved for many of the patients. But what we're seeing from the results of our efforts in patient education is that there's an increased confidence, there's an increased willingness on the people who have, I would call, just enough education to perform. It's not about creating professional patients or patients who are taking over the responsibilities of the innovators, but those who actually appreciate more the challenges that exist in the sector, why certain bodies act on behalf of patients, the more willing they are to engage with a sector that maybe they traditionally hadn't seen as part of their own world or their own lives. And so I guess today is about ideas, and it's about new ideas. And I guess in thinking about today, I had an idea about something that's been talked about a lot in the patient community around the medtech sector. And I think historically, I think there's been parallels driven with the pharmaceutical or the medicine sector. And I think that's probably not the way to go, in that I've seen a big shift in more recent years towards that earlier engagement and what I would define as probably the needs assessment area, in that I think traditionally there's been patient communities who have been historically neglected from the point of view of medtech, and primarily because the patient voice has not been listened to, or indeed the channels haven't existed whereby the patient voice could be listened to and acted upon by the medtech industry. So my big idea today is about a marketplace, a medtech marketplace for patients and with patients that would be designed, and possibly it's a challenge that might be for EIT Health to take on. But the idea would be that this would be a one-stop shop for patients who are interested in knowing more about the medtech industry. They would have access to a repository of involvement opportunities with those early stage startup innovators who are interested in developing meaningful relationships and creating solutions together. It's an opportunity for patients to see, I think, the myriad of challenges that exist and that lie in the way of trying to get these products to market. But it has to be built with patients, I think, harnessing that, I think, inherent innovative nature of patients. So that's my idea. If you build it with patients, certainly they and the public in general will come. So that's my big pitch. And I wish everybody, in terms of the semi-finalists, every success in their future endeavors. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Derek, for talking to us about the patient's voice and for being here with us at Catapult. Hashtag EITH Catapult. That's the place to go to share your insights, have conversations, photos. And of course, our networking platform is the place to go to book meetings, those important and interesting meetings. We are now going to take a short break to meet up again at 10:30 Central European time, and coming up after the break at 10:30, the start of our pitch sessions, where we are going to meet the top medtechs in Europe today. So see you at 10:30. Welcome back. This is the Catapult Medtech semi-finals, and now it's time to start pitching. Let's remember what's going to happen. We will have 2 sequences of pitching this morning before lunch. The first with 4 pitches. We will be running for 5 minutes pitch. Then the jury will have 5 minutes to ask questions. And if there is any overrun, I will have to jump in and ask people to stop. The jury will be making a mark, giving a mark at the end of each pitching session after each pitch has run. So we have one clear message to give to the pitchers, the startups this morning and for all of the day. That is to believe in your pitch and to have a great time. We are going to go now to Switzerland to have and to meet our first startup. And we are going to meet the CEO and co-founder of Adipos, André Babic. So André, good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Alison. Good morning, everybody. Such a pleasure to be here. My name is André. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Adipos. We image body fat and save lives. This woman has cancer, but she's become really weak and frail because she lost a lot of body weight without wanting it. This is body wasting or cachexia, and it's a killer. 3 million patients die because of it every year. The problem is most patients get a diagnosis when it's too late. We will change this. We've developed ImageBat. It's the first product that can detect body wasting before weight loss. What happens is that caused by cancer or chronic disease, normal white fat becomes brown fat. And brown fat burns calories, which leads to body wasting. And our product makes brown fat visible. It makes it visible with a simple medical scan. And we've made it really easy because these patients have medical scans as a part of their standard medical care. To get an early diagnosis, all they have to do is drink ImageBat before one of their regular scans. For example, a lung cancer patient has this scan every 2 to 3 months. ImageBat is the first product that can detect body wasting early. It's patient-friendly by design. It's a drink, no injections needed, and it's fully scalable because a medical scanner is available in every hospital worldwide. Today, it takes up to a year to get a diagnosis, and most patients are missed. A PET scan can detect brown fat, but it has too many disadvantages to be used for this. On the other hand, ImageBat is a disruptive product that combines early diagnosis, high sensitivity, and low cost. Our product solves an unmet medical need, and doctors would use it for their patients today, whether based in Switzerland, Spain, or the United States. The total addressable market is huge. It's 1.2 billion patients with chronic diseases or cancer worldwide. Our beachhead market is lung cancer with 2 million new cases every year. Accordingly, we've secured comprehensive global patent protection with 4 patent families on the technology and a full freedom to operate with no third-party infringements to commercialize the product. Adipos' core team is tremendous. It combines 80 years of science, business, drug development, and entrepreneurial experience, with several exits and blockbuster drugs developed within the team. We work with world key opinion leaders as our scientific advisors and a top-notch board of directors. This team will execute a focused roadmap leading to approval in Europe and the United States in 2025, followed by an exit. We've hit all development milestones so far and just closed our first closing of pre-Series A round to perform a first-in-human phase 1 clinical trial in 2022. 85% of deals in medical imaging are M&A, and this is our business model, an exit. Adipos has big diagnostic companies and pharma companies as potential exit partners. We have letters of intent and establishing partnership with both company types. Medical imaging exits range around 500 million euros in recent years. Brown fat is a big opportunity, and we're building a portfolio of products for cancer and chronic disease patients with 100 million patient populations. This is Adipos. We image body fat and give patients better and longer lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you so much for our opening pitch. Well done. Let's now meet our jury. Good morning to the jury. Are they here? Yes, here we are. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to see you all this morning. Fantastic. So we have 5 minutes to ask questions. Who would like to start? Yes. Okay then, Dr. Arajin.
Hello, my name is Nana Bitaregium. Brilliant presentation. Really excited about your product. The question is, do you have a medical doctor or patient on your board? Thank you.
We have as scientific advisors, we have 2 medical doctors, which are also world key opinion leaders in the field. So body wasting in lung disease, so lung cancer and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and another medical doctor that is a world key opinion leader in body wasting. We are expanding the scientific advisory board with US key opinion leaders in the field.
Great. It would be great also to have somebody from the patient side, from the patient organization, because this is the, as you mentioned, user-friendly by design product, and would be great to have to validate that as early as possible. Thank you.
Aidan, I think you would like to ask a question. Claudio,
yeah, hi.
And then Simon.
Hi, is there clinical evidence that links brown fat to cancer cachexia, and is that mixed at the minute, or is there clear signals?
The clinical evidence which is present today is very clear. Brown fat is a poor prognostic for cancer patients. This has been published by several groups, namely in the US. It's clear that brown fat in cancer patients is a negative prognostic and predictive biomarker.
Thank you very much. Claudio?
Yeah, it was kind of the same question.
Okay.
Is it cachexia is in effect or is it cause? And the presentation was very good, by the way.
Simon?
So,
excuse me. Andre?
I think that was the question, so let me quickly address that. So cachexia, body wasting, is a comorbidity in cancer and chronic diseases. It needs to be addressed separately to the primary disease.
I guess I have
Thank
2
you.
questions. First is, have you tested the product to make sure that it doesn't interfere with any other outcomes or measurements that are being done by the scanner on the one hand? And I guess the second question to follow up on the product and the output is, what can be done with these patients to really effectively change the trajectory that they're following?
Great question. Thank you. Yes, we've done a multiple of experiments where we showed that our product does not interfere at all with the standard scanning procedure that these patients have. And secondly, yes, we have treatments available, approved this year for cancer patients that directly treat the condition.
Who would like to ask another question? Yes, please, Neil.
Excellent to hear that you've done your homework on freedom to operate. That's not something I see on a routine basis, and you understand what freedom to operate means. I had a quick question regarding access to scanners, both in terms of cost in the public health systems and also waiting lists? I mean, obviously these scanners are in use for other conditions and they come with certain costs. If you want to jump the queue, have you modeled that at all in your business plan?
Like I said, this product is an add-on product to the existing scan that these patients already have. So any scan that is scheduled for a patient, we fit the product onto that scan.
Mm-hmm.
That is the business model.
So there isn't a market where they would solely be scanned with your product?
Of course, that's a clear extension of that. It can be a standalone scan. Yes, and CT scanners are so widely available that that's not a problem actually to do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We have time for a quick question with a quick answer. Yes, Claudio.
So I'm a little bit worried about the exit strategy. So you're thinking in an acquisition. This not maybe temptation for creating like a little bit of a bubble because it's not exactly social impact, but trying to sell this to the next one.
What we will do is establish early adopter network of hospitals as we develop the product. We can have first sales that leads to an exit afterwards.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you. And thank you to all our jury members for our first panel. Really interesting, very exciting. Let's now move to the Netherlands. We are going to the Netherlands where we meet the CEO and co-founder of the company ArthroSave. Let's now meet Karian Lindenhovius. Karian, good morning and welcome to Catapult. The floor is yours.
Thanks for being here. I am Karianne Lindenhovius, CEO and co-founder of ArthroSave. And this is Maria. Maria has knee osteoarthritis and she has daily persistent pain. She is limited in her daily activities and that will result in a final knee replacement. But because she is relatively young, that means that she will survive the lifetime of the knee replacement, which is a major issue. Because this will result in a second knee replacement, which is expensive and often invalidating. So there is a need to push the first knee replacement forward in time to avoid the second knee replacement. That will look like this, only one knee replacement. And ArthroSave has found a solution for this need. Maria will get the knee reviver. The knee reviver reduces the pain and it results in a joint regeneration process. So Maria can keep longer her own natural knee. And that results in the postponement of the knee replacement for 8 to 10 more years. And so the knee reviver is postponing the first knee replacement and is avoiding the second knee replacement later in life. A damaged knee joint has hardly any cartilage and the bony ends are touching each other. ArthroSave has invented the knee reviver. It is invented by an orthopedic surgeon and it puts the knee joint, the damaged knee joint, on a short distance of 5 millimeters. It is a temporary treatment of only 6 weeks and it is meant for patients under the age of 65 years because they will survive the lifetime of the knee replacement. It is a large and growing market as osteoarthritis will be the #1 chronic disease in 2040. 1.7 million patients are undergoing knee replacement surgery, of which 900,000 of them do match the knee reviver criteria. And this corresponds with an annual serviceable market of $2 billion. The knee reviver is the first sustainable solution for late-stage osteoarthritis. It is a unique solution as it is a temporary, regenerative, and cost-effective solution while maintaining the original knee joint. So the quality of life increases and the healthcare costs do reduce. And this is the most possible positive outcome of a health technology assessment. There are alternatives in the development, but they are all focusing on the early stage osteoarthritis, and there is no clinical evidence and there are no long-term data available. The knee reviver is CE marked and protected by patents, and our first market approach was very positive. We have sold 200 knee revivers in pre-sales, and now we are focusing on getting it reimbursed. So we have started a clinical trial this year in the UK, and we will start a clinical trial next year in the Netherlands. When going to the market, we first focus on getting the product and the treatment reimbursed in our target countries, and we will create an infrastructure to scale. And secondly, we will expand to further Europe. Reimbursement in the UK by the NHS will followed by a NICE guideline, and that will be our reference to enter the rest of Europe. In parallel, we are preparing the entry to the US market with the FDA approval. We are realizing a Series A investment round of 3.5 million euros. And to get the product reimbursed, to focus on the next generation of the knee reviver, to be able to scale up our product and our company, we will focus on getting initial sales and international traction. Series B will be needed for our commercial expansion in Europe and the US. We foresee an exit in 2026, 2027. We have an excellent team with over 100 years of medical and orthopedic experience. My co-founder is an orthopedic surgeon for 30 years, and we are backed with scientific advisors, KOLs, and we have active partnerships in the field. It is an interesting investment opportunity, and it is a large and growing market, and we are having benefits for the surgeon who can offer a new treatment for his patients. The patient can keep longer his own knee, and we are saving healthcare costs. We are looking for investors and for people that can support in building and scaling our company. Thank you for your attention.
Carrie-Anne, thank you very much indeed. Very clear. Well done. Let's now bring in the jury to start our 5 minutes questions. Who would like to begin? Claudio.
Okay, so I must say I'm not neutral, so wish this is a success because my knee hurts. So good. So I would like to know how complicated is the surgery, and also during this some weeks period, should you stay at hospital, or can you lead a normal life at your place, or what happens?
Yeah, it is quite easy surgery. You go to the hospital for one surgery day. The surgery itself is about 45 minutes maximum. So we have designed a product together with surgeons and with patients to be able to make the surgery as easy as possible. So the surgeon needs to drill the pins into the bone, as you can see behind me, because our knee reviver will be fixed to the bone with bone pins. But that's an easy going, low risk surgery. Then the patient will stay maybe for one night in the hospital, and the system will distract. So we'll put a distance of the 5 millimeters on the knee joint, and then the patient can go home, and he will distract the last few millimeters himself at home. And the treatment for 6 weeks, the patients will stay at home and will come back for 1 or 2 times to the clinic for a checkup. At home, you're a little bit immobilized, or a little bit, you are immobilized because your leg is stiff, because the fixator fixates your knee joint. It creates a small axial displacement of the knee joint, because that's necessary for the recovery of the knee joint. But you're very limited in your daily activities. You need to walk with crutches. You can do work if you can do work from home, but it is difficult to go abroad, maybe with a taxi, but you cannot drive a car yourself, for example. So you're a little bit limited.
Who would like to ask a question to follow on? Yes, Simon.
I guess from my side, could you maybe talk about how much utility of the knee joint the patient actually recovers at the end of the day?
Can you repeat it again? How much?
How much utility do they actually recover? I.e., are they able to do short walks, etc.? Is it they're able to start kind of doing normal physical activities?
Yeah, what happens during the treatment is that the metabolism is incentivized. So there is a treatment started, and that will follow the coming 12 months, and then it will be at an optimum. At the end, the patients will have less or no pain, and that is really, really special, because people can go back to normal life. They can do sporting, they can do walking, they can do basketball, they can do not on a professional level. It's just like normal people do sports, but you can be active and you can do all the things you could not do before. You can do running. Don't try to do a marathon and then think that's a little bit too much, but you can do the marathon. It's great. Sorry, you can do the running. Patients are really, really happy. I shortly talked to a patient who was helped 2 years ago, and she was so happy to do everything that she couldn't do before. The quality of life really increases after this treatment.
Thank you.
Would somebody like to ask a question? Yes, please, Nana.
Thank you so much. Hello, really interesting. I think a little bit niche product, but it's absolutely interesting from medical perspectives as a medical professional. Do you have any preliminary clinical research data to share? I'm really interested to see the comparison between the standalone procedures and surgery and your approach. Thank you.
Yeah, we have quite some data. We have treated 170 patients in clinical trials already. 2 of them were randomized controlled trials. And we have really showed that we can, let's say 75% of the patients do not have a knee replacement after 5 years, and 50% does not have a knee replacement after 10 years. So we have really long follow-up data. And I'm not sure if you can mention it as a niche market. It is a large and growing market. There's many patients are having osteoarthritis. We're focusing on the knee. You can define that as a niche, but 50% of the osteoarthritis patients are knee osteoarthritis patients. So it is a big market, and we hope to translate our technique, the distraction technique, to other joints as well, like the thumb, like the toe. So the ankle is very famous one. We have a lot of evidence on the ankle already, but the biggest market is the knee joint market.
Yeah, there is a different reasons to define the osteoarthritis. So I mean, the cause is different. So that's why the patient group should be separated. Thank you so much, but it's pretty interesting. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you all.
And also yes, thank you very much, and to Carrie-Anne, thank you. Let's now move down to France for our pitch number 3. And we are going to meet the product manager and co-founder of the startup company BFC. Let's welcome Dr. Marie Bertuel. Marie, good morning.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, and
Good
the floor
morning.
is yours for 5 minutes.
Perfect. So hi everyone. At BFC, we make electricity with papers and enzymes. We have reinvented the way we power electronics with a sustainable power source. We saw that there were emerging products for smart and connected products in Medtech, particularly patient monitoring. An example is continuous glucose monitoring, fertility or fertility test or any diagnostics, but also pharmaceutical packaging, with an estimated 50 billion connected devices in 2020. Now, the problem is those low-power electronics are often powered by lithium coin or button cell batteries, and it's not just lithium. All battery chemistries, an average of 15 billion primary batteries end up in landfill or are incinerated. And from them, 97% are miniature batteries because they are complex and expensive to recycle. Now, low-power electronics are everywhere, and we can just look at the numbers. Tens to hundreds of units are produced every year. Example use cases include digital testing, injectors, temperature-sensitive products like pharmaceuticals or blood bag monitoring, and also wearable patches. And for all wearable and single-use devices that have been in contact with biological fluids or often with the skins, required to be incinerated. Actually, the World Health Organization estimates that 0.5 kilograms of hazardous waste is produced per day per person every year. Sorry. Often the energy source is a dilemma. It's a barrier. Batteries are a barrier to digitization. If we look at traditional batteries, they offer continuous measurements. However, they represent high environmental impact due to their toxicity or their non-safety. Then if we look at green energy harvesting, they have a low environmental impact. However, they offer non-continuous measurements. So we have to meet in the middle. For this reason, and to address this environmental issue, BFC has created a bio-inspired technology, which uses glucose and enzymes, which are biofuels, and biocatalyst enzymes to transform those biofuels into electricity. We emerged from decades of pioneering research on implantable technology, and this is why we use biosource materials and biofuels to perform these reactions. So our solution is paper-based, so it can be ultra-thin, lightweight, and flexible, perfect for wearable application, and also to be very discreet for the sake of the patient. We use enzyme to convert glucose and oxygen into electricity, and we activate our device with a fluid. It can be biological fluid like blood, urine, saliva, sweat, but also tap water, and we also patented a blister. Then the business that work with us can also save money on disposal and recycling costs. At the bioanode, we have the oxidation of glucose into gluconolactone, which releases an electron, and at the biocathode, we reduce oxygen into water to save bioproducts, and this offers a stable voltage. Now, our vision for the future is to combine our paper-based power source with the lowest environmental electronic platform with printed passive component on an organic substrate, and also strategic partners like ST Microelectronics to only have one microchip that can control all the electronics. We are at the industrialization phase, trying to move from a robotic sheet-to-sheet to a roll-to-roll production line to produce millions of units per day to respond to our clients. Our business model is a B2B. We are now converting to lithium pricing and trying to move to alkaline pricing with a printed technology. We have 6 patents and 14 ongoing. And we have many exciting opportunities in replacement of existing toxic batteries, but also in innovation. We actually open new doors in logistics and packaging markets by providing a safe energy source for transport. And if we look at IoT healthcare, this market is estimated to be $100 billion by 2027. This is huge. And we already secure clients, particularly for the medical field, but also in logistics that ask for more than 100 million units per year. Our competition is the traditional coin cell, but we also have competition in harvesting, but BFC offers the energy on demand. Sorry, my clicker is not working. Okay. We have a team of doctors and engineers, and I will reply to your questions since it's over.
Are up. We have to respect the
Sorry,
strict timing rules.
Yes, no problem.
Don't worry, we've run over time. Thank you very much, Mary. Well done. Let's now go over to our jury members to let them ask their questions. Jury, good morning, and I have a question now from Danielle.
Hello, Daniel.
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. Despite some noise in the background, I was able to track it and go ahead. The question is the product manageable, replaceable by the consumer, by the end user, or does it require intervention for medical cases?
So actually, we can go back to our first proof of concept, which was replacing 2 batteries in digital pregnancy and ovulation tests. So we replaced those batteries by the fact that our paper-based energy source is easy to form the shape and the size and easy to insert. And really any customer could do it. So it could be also a B2C, or it could be also something easy for nurses, for example, to replace. We can make it easy for that reason, if that replaces your question.
Thank you very much. Nana, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, thank you so much. The same situation with the noise and background, but pretty nice. Really love it. So it's a combination of 2 different markets. And so my question is that do you manufacture by yourself batteries, so you outsource them, and how does the cost of manufacturing? Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. So yes, we want to produce in Grenoble, France. We are building now the production line, the roll-to-roll, in a big building of 600 meters squared. So that's our goal, to produce ourselves, because we know the technology, and we know we need our experts to do it from the ground up. And then the price that we have at the moment, if we look at the VSC I have on the platform here, it's about less than 50 cents, and we are aiming for 10 cents by printing our technology. So we think our solution, especially in the medical and healthcare field, is a great solution, because most of the products are lasting for a day or a few weeks. And this power source, which is paper-based, can also be incinerated, which offers an alternative to reduce environmental impact.
Thank you so much. Who would like to ask a new question?
Well, I might jump in then. Thanks very much for that presentation. I'm really curious to know, with the first applications that you cited, one of the big kind of themes that is in this is the toxicity of the products, i.e. the hazardous waste, etc. With your first applications, was the battery, or should I say the power source, the only component that was considered hazardous? So i.e. you've rendered it a non-hazardous material, or was there still an issue there?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So you're
basically
talking to me just about...
Did you? Yeah, so in the applications you're imagining, have you rendered the product, dare I say, when it's incinerated, non-hazardous, basically, because you've changed out the power supply, or are there other components that maintain the hazardous nature of it in terms of the byproducts?
Yeah, most of the time the feedback of our clients, our actual clients, is that the batteries either needs to be incinerated, either needs to be collected and come back to our customer, which is the business that deliver the product to medical, like hospitals, for example. So the problem comes often from the batteries, because they contain toxic materials that are difficult to dispose of and that are non-safe. But if we look at the overall product, I don't have that response yet, because it depends on the product, obviously. It depends on the materials used on the product. So we know we can offer the paper-based solution, which has a very, very low environmental impact. We actually proven the compostability and the biodegradability, and also the non-phytotoxicity. And soon we will look at the toxicity within the body. That refers to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to jump in to let Neil and then Aidan ask their questions. We have 30 seconds. Mute, Neil. We cannot hear you.
For use outside patients, what's the temperature range that the enzymes will tolerate?
So for the moment, we are from 60 to 5 degrees, and we are looking at extremophile enzymes that can go below 5 degrees and above. And we are on it right now. Thank you all for your questions. Sorry, there's no more.
All right. Aidan, I'm sorry. We've run out of time for the questions for Marie. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Let's now move to pitch number 4. And to do that, we are going to go to Romania. Romania, where we are going to meet the CEO and co-founder, Cornel Amaral, of the startup company .Lumen. Good morning, Cornel. Very good to see you. You now have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
The floor is yours. Have a great time.
Thank you. Thank you. At Lumen, we build glasses that empower the blind. I was born in a family where both of my parents have locomotive disabilities. Growing up, I realized how little assistive technology is currently doing and how much it could possibly do. And when it comes to blindness, you have 40 million people blind now, increasing to over 100 million by 2050. And there are some solutions for them. But when it comes to their mobility, you have the same 2 solutions for over 1,000 years, the guide dog and the white cane. Now, the guide dog is unanimously seen as a great mobility solution, but to train one, it can reach up to $60,000, and to take care of one is an immensely big challenge for the blind. Because of this, you only have 28,000 guide dogs to 40 million blind people. We at Lumen created this device that replicates the main functionality of a guide dog without the drawbacks. So for example, if you have a guide dog, you can ask it to take you to an empty seat or take you back home if they really know the route. And they will do so by pulling your hand. You can ask the Lumen system the same thing, but rather than pulling your hand, it uses our proprietary feedback technology and it pulls your head. It just feels like something is pulling your head, avoiding you from obstacles, keeping you on the sidewalk, guiding you indoors. And this is enabled by the latest in autonomous driving, robotics, and artificial intelligence technologies. Now, our testers are saying great things about what we do. I expected something like this to be possible, but not during our lifetime. And we got similar messages from over 200 blind testers. We're working with over 600 blind individuals to better understand their challenges. And the feedback technology I was talking about, it takes on average 5 minutes for a blind person to be guided by the system well enough so they can pass through an open door without touching it. The blind face several challenges, and there are certain solutions. For example, reading is a challenge for the blind. Devices such as Orcam or certain apps do it. We do it as well. But then when it comes to understanding objects around you, you don't really have a good enough solution. We do it incredibly intuitively. But the advanced things is about guidance, actually avoiding obstacles and understanding how you can go around them. Unfortunately, the guide dog is the only solution, and now us. But lastly, the most advanced task is to go to a new place where you've never been before. Guide dog can't do this without using another system, and we can for the first time, and doing it on a price which is on par with other assistive technologies. Now, the market's kind of interesting. Europe and the US are the largest markets in terms of prevalence, in terms of education, employment, insurance, and the Gulf area is the second most interesting area. In terms of our business model, we plan to sell it for 5,000 euros, fully eligible for subsidiaries. We are a B2B2C company selling to our partner network. Partner network is made out of assistive technology dealerships and blind associations. We identified over 540 potential partners. We are planning by 2025 to sell over 100,000 units to over 200 million in revenue, and we already have a free production tier plan for the following years. We got an immense level of recognition, working with some of the best companies, and in terms of awards, just 1 month ago, we won the equivalent of the Nobel Prize in Industrial Design, the Red Dot Luminary Award. Now, in just 1.5 years, we grew to a team of almost 40 people. I'm coming from automotive field. My co-founder, Professor Dr. Gabriel, has founded a research group which built everything from millions of consumer appliances up to electronics for space. Mihai, our chairman, has founded some of the largest startups in the history of Romania, and we have an immensely talented team, doctors in psychology, scientists, engineers, business developers, absolutely amazing bunch of people I'm working here with. Now, we are doing a 4 million equity round. This is primarily to increase our R&D and business development efforts. We are planning to increase to over 80 people starting in January and February, and we are planning a 100-unit mass testing with the blind. So come join us in our mission of empowering the blind. Thank you.
Thank you, Cornel. Thank you very much indeed. Did you enjoy your pitch?
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's move over to our panel. And I know that Nana is already asking, and Claudio, questions are coming. Nana.
Thank you so much. Amazing concept. So I'm just a really brief tip. Japanese market is pretty much ready for those kind of products. My question would be why your choice was for the business model in B2C, B2B. I see this clear opportunity for direct-to-consumer market, and whether it's already aligned with that in terms of regulations. Thank you.
Certainly. We are looking at international partner network because we need boots on the ground in multiple areas. Blind associations and assistive technology dealerships, they know how to do marketing for the blind, selling for the blind, and training for the blind. We know as well, but at an international level, to scale that much would be difficult. As long as these organizations already know how to do it, we want to use their knowledge as well, and they will get a sales fee out of selling the product.
Thank you, Claudio. I go to you.
Okay, so very interesting. So I have curiosities on the device. So I would like to know about weight. I think I read somewhere it's about 1 kilo, so maybe a little bit heavy, and also autonomy. So maybe you need to plug this every, I don't know. And also if you need something additional, or is just this this thing that you put in your head, or you need something else on top?
Sure. So the headset weighs 500 grams. That's the weight of the headset. Currently, we have another small hipset unit, we call it. You wear it by your belt. That will actually be removed by time we enter the market. And the plan is to have a well-balanced under 1 kilogram device on your head. Autonomy, full working day, rechargeable by USB-C, and batteries are swappable.
Thank you very much, Aidan, and then Danielle. I believe,
I'm
Aidan,
just
do you have a
interested in
question?
how well it works and how you tested it. Did you do a clinical trial, and what did you measure to measure effectiveness?
Definitely. So we've done over 20,000 tests when it comes from navigation, when it comes to understanding of the world, when it comes to how well it can guide around certain obstacles and certain conditions. A clinical trial is sort of what we did. It's an assistive device, so it technically doesn't really go to the medical requirements, but partially hits them. So we tested everything from human-machine interface up to full navigation in outdoor environments. All of those were tested and are continuously being tested on all the clear features it does, both from a fundamental level and up to piloting the devices without us being present. But now we want to do 100-unit international piloting without us being present with the blind people while they test it.
Thank you. Over to Danielle and then Veronique.
Hi, yeah, thank you for the excellent pitch. Can you expand on the bill of materials, how much it costs to build? I notice your expected price is quite high. You know, are you actually counting on having refunds from the insurance in order to make a market for it, or can you lower the price and make it on everybody, or not everybody, but the blind, you know, the impaired people or the partially blind?
Sure. So manufacturing price on very small quantities, it's just under 2,000 euros. In large quantities, over 5,000, 10,000 units, it goes to 1,200 euros, even less with larger quantities. We are looking for reimbursements from assistive technology vouchers. For example, Germany and Belgium, you can reach even 15,000 euros. In Romania, you have a 50 million euro fund for that, up to 5,000 euros per devices. In the US, it depends by state. There are state funds, federal funds, government funds, and veteran funds, very interestingly. We targeted that price based on the availability of funds, but we can lower the price, definitely.
Thank you. Veronique, over to you.
Hi, thanks for the pitch. I was wondering, can you tell me a little bit more on your patent protection background, or is it correct that actually the best protection will be just to be very quick in the market? And
we already have one patent pending, but it's a huge patent, 92 pages, and we're currently drafting 4 more patents. We're working with the best IP lawyer company in Romania. Personally, I have wrote over 30 patents with them. In terms of other forms of protection, yes, we want to be the first on the market. In terms of advanced mobility devices, unfortunately for the blind, there are not many options right now, except the white cane and the guide dog. But we will continue a very strong IP-based protection for drafting now, and more will come soon.
okay, thanks.
Okay, a quick question from anybody else? Very quick.
I guess just one quick on my side. Could you mention anything about regulatory and liability, please?
Sure. Liability,
very quick
we
answer.
are coming from automotive. We're coming from automotive. We have dealt with this before. Regulatory. And liability is also, we work with some of the best lawyer companies, and we found solutions.
Thanks very much, Cornel. I'm sorry, but time's up. We have already got to the end of our first pitch sequence. So let's remember who we have met so far this morning. We started in Switzerland with Adipos. Adipos has developed a game-changing product able to detect body wasting before irreversible weight loss and when treatments are still effective. We then went to the Netherlands with ArthroSave. ArthroSave offers a joint preserving surgical treatment for relatively young patients with knee osteoarthritis to postpone the knee replacement for 8 or 10 years or more. After that, we went to France to meet BFC. BFC make electricity with papers and enzymes, and their paper biofuel cells provide an eco-friendly, sustainable energy solution for disposable medical devices. And to conclude the first session this morning, we went to Romania, where Lumen empowers the blind, building glasses and headsets that mimic the same functions as a guide dog without the drawbacks. Now, we are going to take a short break. We will be meeting again at 11:40 Central European Time for our second pitch session. So stay with us and see you after the break. Welcome back. It's good to see you again. And we're going to now start our second pitch session this morning. And our European journey continues. We are going to be going to Ireland, to Spain, and back at the end of the morning to the Netherlands. So it is going to be the same procedure, one pitch of 5 minutes, questions with the jury, 5 minutes, and we will then be getting the jury will then be making their marks and notes directly after the pitch has been completed. So we've got 3 pitches this morning, and we will have again this afternoon 7 pitches, of course, the exciting pitches, the top medtechs in Europe today. So let's go now to Ireland, where we are going to meet the CEO and co-founder of FieldTech. We're going to meet Andrew Cameron. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, Alison. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. And you, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Okay, ready to pitch.
Yep, if I can, yep. So hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Cameron, and I'm the CEO of FieldTech. So today I'll be telling you about how we're using connected health technology to disruptively improve wound care. But firstly, I want you to imagine having a wound on your leg for 30 years, treated but never healed. For some people we've talked to, this is reality. This is the problem of venous leg ulcers. These painful chronic wounds affect 11.5 million people globally each year. While most don't take 30 years to heal, 30% of ulcers don't heal within a year. The average cost of treating a venous leg ulcer in Germany is 8,660 euros, 80% of which is related to the nurse's time. And these wounds are consuming 14.9 billion euros in healthcare spending across Europe each year. This is despite the availability of a gold standard treatment. Compression therapy. The ability of compression to restore venous flow is essential for effective healing. In fact, studies have shown that there's a linear relationship between the pressure applied and healing rates. However, currently, there's a 90% failure to achieve targeted pressure in clinical practice. Non-compliance rates are up to 80% in community settings. And in the last 5 years, the number of venous leg ulcers in the NHS has doubled, while healing rates have decreased by 20%. Essentially, hospital systems are unable to cope with the prevalence and lack of trained personnel. To address these unmet clinical needs, FieldTech has developed Titaride, the first connected health technology for measuring and monitoring compression therapy. The point-of-care solution includes a wearable pressure sensing device. A sensing arm goes beneath the bandage and an electronics clip remains outside. Pressure signals are transmitted wirelessly to a mobile app, ensuring consistent application of gold standard compression, thereby reducing healing times. A supporting digital platform enables remote monitoring, self-management, and digital optimization of care, thereby reducing workloads. FieldTech's IP strategy includes a pipeline of patents aimed at protecting a leading position in the market for monitoring wound treatments. Based on preliminary data showing a 6-fold improvement in compression application, we predict a 30% reduction in healing time, a 34% reduction in patient visits, and a 53% reduction in treatment costs, as well as a significant improvement to the patient's quality of life. The initial addressable market is 1.4 billion euros in Europe and the USA. However, there's a significant future value to the data captured within the digital platform. The point-of-care technology is superior to any existing competitors, such as inaccurate tension indicators or impractical and expensive handheld devices, while the digital platform provides unparalleled capabilities to remotely monitor and optimize treatment. We're currently closing a seed round of 1.2 million euros for scalable manufacturing. This will be followed by future rounds of 2 million euros and 3.5 million euros to enter the US market as a Class 1 technology, followed by scalable launch in key European markets as a Class 2A technology. We've already commenced work with several high-profile key opinion leaders to support this. Break-even is projected by 2024. With 70,000 venous leg ulcers treated per year in 2026 and revenues of 25 million euros, an exit opportunity is expected based on deals comparable of 150 million euros. Our B2B model will sell a combination of hardware and software products to our target customers, who represent large, multi-site integrated care organizations, allowing for rapid scaling with value-based outcome reimbursement models. Our target users are delayed healing patients, and we're already developing strategic partnerships with multinational wound care companies for distribution. We have a highly experienced and well-rounded management team. I have a background in tissue engineering and research commercialization. Darren has a background in medtech quality and R&D. Gary is Professor of Anatomy at NUI Galway, and Stuart has 20 plus years of commercial healthcare experience, including executive roles in numerous multinational wound care companies. Our advisors include a panel of internationally recognized and respected key opinion leaders in the clinical and marketing sectors of wound care. In summary, venous leg ulcers represent a large and growing market, providing an unsustainable economic burden to global healthcare systems and having severe impacts on patients' quality of life. At FieldTech, we have an ambition to realize the full potential of compression therapy through safety, efficacy, and empowerment, and we're very interested to talk to anyone willing to help us reach that ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much for a great pitch. So we will now turn to the jury to take their questions. And we've got, first of all, Danielle. Is it Danielle? Go ahead.
Yes, it's Daniel.
Aidan,
yes.
then Neil. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So thank you for the well-paced and well-explained pitch. It looks quite interesting. A question regarding your business strategy. Are you going to go through clinics and health professionals, or are you going to go at some point through consumers, through directly to the to the pain people?
Yeah, no, this will be definitely going through, I guess, the healthcare organizations and being prescribed by the doctors and nurses that treat these wounds. And we're going to be very selective about our initial customers. So we're sort of looking at integrated care organizations. So, for example, we're already working with the VHA and ProMedica in the USA. And the rationale behind targeting those organizations is that, like, quite often they have capitation models where we can use value-based outcome reimbursement models and target their health technology assessment committees. We then enable a profit margin increase for their own business model, and in doing so, we can then reap that reimbursement from those organizations.
Let's move to Simon.
Yeah, thanks again. Could you maybe just tell us a little bit about the placement? You know, how important is it exactly where it's placed with the bandage and everything?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we have 3 pressure sensing regions within the technology, and they correspond to the physiologically relevant positions of the B, B1, and C positions. So at the ankle, just where the calf muscle meets the Achilles tendon, and then at the back of the calf muscle. What we actually anticipate is that the placement will happen on the lateral side of the leg. And the reason that we're saying it should be placed on the lateral side of the leg is that that's where there's most uniformity in the geometric anatomy. And that then reduces variability in the pressure measurements, in terms of the radius of curvature affecting the accuracy. So yeah, we have different arm sizes for different patients that allows for making sure that we hit those target regions which are clinically relevant.
Claudio, I think you have a question.
Yeah. So I would like to know, super interesting, how complicated is this to use? Do you need any training? And also, a pressing question, what happens if you use it wrong, if you do something wrong with this?
Yeah, so like in terms of training, for sure we have, the need to actually upskill the nurses on this. But we've found that, with the demonstration of about 5 to 10 minutes, these nurses are able to take it on board very quickly. It adds about 30 seconds to a treatment procedure, and the average dressing change would take about 30 minutes. So it's almost negligible. And for the time that you actually save in healing that patient quicker, and it's an extremely valuable process. I think that, we do anticipate this is something that will be very intuitive because it falls in line with existing patient pathways. We're already using a proven mechanism of action of compression therapy. What we're doing is helping to implement that correctly.
So the same risks that the conventional system. So no, nothing
Well,
different.
it should be reduced risk, because at the moment these people are doing it blind. And as I said, 90% of the time they're not hitting that target pressure. We do also, as our instructions for use, recommend that you do a check of the patient, for example, the pedal pulse test or the capillary toe test, to make sure that there is adequate arterial flow. But yeah, if there was any issues here with the patients, for example, not being able to tolerate it, it would be the same as any compression that's being applied. The patient should immediately take it off and then report that to their nurse. As I said, this is a class 1 device. We don't actually come in contact with the skin itself, so it's very safe.
Aidan, over to you, and then Nana. Quick
Hi, Andrew.
questions, please.
Hi, Andrew. I'm still interested in how it works. So what sort of testing have you done to show that you're getting the right pressure? You're only putting it on one side of the bandage, so or the leg, so it because of non-uniformity, you may be getting the wrong pressure where the ulcer is. And have you measured stuff like blood flow or any clinical measurements yet?
Yeah, so to firstly answer your question, we do extensive testing on benchtop models with different cylinder sizes of multiple dimensions. And what you actually have is an insertion of the leg dimensions into the app, which allows you to calibrate for different size legs in terms of that radius of curvature. So we then test that against
Andrew,
the predicate devices, and we've shown that that's extremely accurate.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time. Sorry to interrupt, but we have to respect the time regulations. Lovely. Let's now move to Spain. In Spain, we're going to meet the CEO and co-founder of the startup company Inicius. Inicius and Ruben. Hello. Good morning, Ruben. You are on mute, I believe, Ruben.
I don't think so.
We can hear you now. That's
Okay.
great. That's brilliant. Over
How
to
you
you,
doing?
Ruben. You have 5 minutes to pitch.
Thank you. Hey, this is Ruben Molina. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Initius, and we are developing a medical device, a point of care for threatened preterm labor assessment, and that means for differentiate between false and true preterm labor events. So just for giving you an example, imagine Anna, she has been pregnant for the last 6 months, and one afternoon, she starts feeling contractions and back pain, which are symptoms of being delivering prematurely. So she goes to emergencies, and there the doctor, through the use of biomarker, must evaluate if she's actually a true preterm labor case, or this is what they call a false threat. The result of the test at Anna case was positive, so she get hospitalized and treated with corticoids and antibiotics. But what happened is that Anna didn't deliver within the following 7 days after the threat. So that was actually a false threat of preterm labor. This is something that is happening more often than we think, because every year more than 45 million of pregnant women get hospitalized and treated, but just 7 million of them will deliver. The rest of them, more than 38 million, will be unnecessarily hospitalized, unnecessarily treated, and after that discharged. But in the meanwhile, they get exposed to the side effects of the corticoids and antibiotics. They get exposed to pulmonary edema, hypertension, psychological trauma. The babies get exposed to pulmonary problems, intoxication. And Anna's case, for example, is going to cost to the healthcare system more than 20,000 euros. If you make the numbers with Europe and the USA, you get that the economic burden associated with the problem is 1.2 billion of American dollars a year. And this is happening because the current biomarkers have a huge ratio of false positive cases. And this is our target. We want to reduce those numbers. We want to avoid unnecessary hospitalizations, unnecessary patient relocation, and unnecessary treatment of healthy pregnant women that nowadays are unnecessarily hospitalized. And we're doing it with this medical device that you can see here. It is composed by a screen where the doctor can see the result of the test and an intravaginal probe, which is our core technology. We have developed a new method called torsional waves for acquiring a direct measurement of the cervical tissue stiffness, which is a direct marker of imminent labor. We introduced this value into a machine learning algorithm with other variables of the pregnant women, and the output of the algorithm is a score plus a level of risk associated to that score. The doctor manages the patient according to the result and to their management protocols. We offer the device under two separate business models. The first one is you pay for the device one time, but you need to pay separately for the consumable and the maintenance, or you can just lease the device basically, and you get the device, the consumable, and the maintenance included there. We have validated our value proposition, intended use, pricing strategy, who is the decision maker, and willingness to use our device with more than 100 OBGYNs all around the world, but also with more than 100 additional face-to-face interviews at experts from the key global partners at the women's health space. The company was created 4 years ago by myself. I was doing the PhD on the technology together with Francesca Molina, who is a global key opinion leader on pregnancy and labor. And we joined the team people like Todd Snowden, who has been more than 30 years on the medical devices space, and also people at the R&D part, clinical affairs part, regulatory affairs and quality assurance, and also at the business development part. Right now, until date, we raised 2.3 million euros. We completed the industrialization of the technology. We completed the ISO 13485 certification of the company, and we are in the middle of the clinical evaluation. And we are looking for a bridge round of $500,000 for a start with the transfer to manufacturing process and for completing and accelerating our clinical trial, the machine learning algorithm clinical trial. After that, we will need to complete to secure an $8 million round for finalizing the transfer to manufacturing, for completing the regulatory clinical trial, for getting the CE mark, and for access our beachhead market, Spain. After that, we will expand the company to Europe and the USA, and we will be ready to offer our actionable diagnostic to women's health. Women are waiting there for us, so just help us to get closer to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruben. Thank you for this super pitch. Great. Let's now invite the jury to ask their questions. Who would like to begin? Yes, Neil. Is it Neil or Danielle? Sorry.
No, it's Neil.
Neil, go ahead.
Por presentación. Impressive, thank you. Could you tell me a little bit about your intellectual property and whether you intend to organically grow the company, or are you looking at some point to be acquired by a large medical device company?
Yeah, we have already one patent that granted in USA, Europe, Australia, and Canada. And after the clinical trial, we will draft another one for the algorithm, for how we present the data. And our strategy in the future, we want to start selling the device here in Spain, creating our own sales force, creating traction on the technology, and after that we will see what happens. But our strategy is to grow organically, and after that, if somebody comes and try to make us grow faster, we are open to that as well.
Thank you.
Simon, your turn, then Nana.
Yeah.
And then Claudio.
Just a curiosity, when you've had your clinician feedback, how accurate or how certain do you need to be basically for them to say, okay, I will not treat the patient in terms of the preventative measures that they have today?
Yeah, what we do is not giving them an actionable 100% diagnostics. That was a discussion with the FDA at our QSAP. We offer them a score from 0 to 10 and a level of risk associated. So at the end of the day, they need to see the results, but they need to assess the patient and make the decision based on their experience.
Okay, but are you in the clinical trials going to kind of push towards this objective that, if you say that there's zero risk, in fact, it is, 100 out of 100 pregnancies that did not deliver after that?
This is going to be our second clinical trial result. The accuracy of the technology. Right now, we are basically collecting the data for building those algorithms. We have already tested the repeatability and reproducibility of the technique, and this is going to be the result of our second clinical trial.
Okay, Nana, and then Claudio.
Thank you so much. Brilliant. So love Internet of Medical Things market and those applications. My question is pretty simple. So do you manufacture by yourself the device first? And secondly, how is, not talking about safety, but the materials, what you use, how is from terms of the application, how is it safe and secure for women? Thank you.
Yeah, the first question was, sorry, Anna, the first part of the
in
question.
terms of the question was, do you manufacture the device by yourself, or you outsource the manufacturing and the cost?
Right now we do it. Right now we do it on in-house, but the strategy is to look for a external manufacturer, ISO 13485 certified, and we will perform the quality assurance of the device and the calibration of the device. And the second, regarding the safety of the technology, we already completed the normative test, the ISO that apply to our technology, and we designed the technology using biocompatible materials. So EMC is secure, electrical safety is secure, so everything is already done.
Yeah, I was thinking more in terms of the recycling and biomaterials, but thank you so much. Quite nice.
Thank you.
Claudio, Ruben, congrats. But I'm coming back to this algorithm and data. So I understand you haven't trained any algorithm because you haven't still got enough data, and also you have the 70%, let's say, false. And then which are your expectations in reducing this 70% to and how do you know? Because still you haven't got enough data. So.
We built our previous algorithm with 128 pregnant women, but not symptomatic pregnant women, asymptomatic pregnant women. And what we did there to test the algorithm was to predict the labor date, the week where they are going to deliver. And we had an accuracy higher than 90% predicting the date. So we think that if we get closer to the event, the accuracy is going to be higher. So this is our hypothesis. And regarding the second question, which is what was, Claudio?
Yeah, reducing the 70% false rate that you have.
Yeah, we have, through the interviews, we validated that 50% of positive prediction value will be enough, but our expectation is to have at least 70% of positive prediction value and 97% of negative prediction value.
All right. Well, we're practically out of time, so we're going to have to end our very rich discussion there. Thank you very much, Ruben in Spain. And now let's whiz up to the Netherlands, to Rotterdam, where we are going to meet the CEO of the startup company Caminari Medical, Jerome Codet. Hello, Jerome. Good morning.
Hi, Alison. Good morning, and good morning
Hi.
to you all in the jury.
Very good to see you. And now the floor is yours. 5 minutes to pitch.
Okay, there we go. What if we could what if we could prevent 250,000 heart catheterizations, save patients' lives, and save 2 billion euros per year? With Caminari Medical, we are going to revolutionize the outcomes of heart catheterizations. Caminari, it literally meaning is God sound. It's Japanese for thunder and lightning. And with Caminari Medical, we listen to the flash of a laser that impacts the plaque in the coronary artery. Atherosclerosis, the leading cause of vascular disease. Worldwide, it affects 110 million people and causes 9 million deaths each year. So-called plaques block the coronary arteries and cause events varying from pain on the chest, cardiac infarctions, and death. Treatments are pharmacological, bypass surgery, and heart catheterization, stenting. Each year, around 4 million patients have to get a heart catheterization to open blocked coronary arteries. Nearly 500,000 of these patients need to come back to undergo a recatheterization if they manage to get to the hospital in time. In half of the cases, and at around 250,000, the patients have to undergo a recatheterization. The cause is the rupture of a so-called vulnerable plaque that was not properly diagnosed the first time. And the identification and treatment of the vulnerable plaques in the coronary arteries would prevent recatheterizations, save patient lives, and 2 billion euros per year. A vulnerable plaque leads to acute cardiovascular events and resulting in recatheterizations and, in the worst case, death. There are calcified plaques and vulnerable plaques are a stenosis or a blockage that consists of lipids and covered by a thin cap. And if that thin cap ruptures, the contents spill into the coronary artery and causes an infarction. Current heart imaging techniques cannot identify these vulnerable plaques properly. And 2 recent publications in the Lancet underscore the importance of identifying vulnerable plaque to improve the patient's prognosis. Traditional IVUS images only the plaque structure, but not what is in the plaque, the contents. Here you see a IVUS picture, and there you can only see the plaque burden, but not the lipids. And the lipids are a very important characteristics for a vulnerable plaque. So IVUS alone does not give information on the vulnerability of the plaque, and this leads to insufficient diagnosis and treatment strategy. So what we do with Caminari, we show the lipids, and you can see the lipids here in the right picture, so we get a better assessment of plaques and also the ones that not causing problems yet. We have better standing, we have better drug therapy, and a better clinical outcome. So our patent is technology in Europe, Japan, and it is patent in the US. And with a human life-size catheter, we already showed the proof of concept in a pig's model. The Caminari medical technology is superior to the competition across all key criteria, and these are optical OCT, IVUS, and NIRS, and we score the best on the key criteria: cap, thickness, plaque burden, and lipid content. Caminari Medical represents an outstanding commercial opportunity. If you look at the numbers, we can, at the end of the decade, we can have a projected revenue of 110 million euros and a 22 million euro EBITDA. So all our objectives have been met to date. We scored 900,000 euro seed funding, and we are now looking for another 3 million for the first immense studies, and the other 12 million to complete registration and the market introduction. And we go for the European MDR and an FDA 510K, and also the Japan MDA registration. And with whom are we going to do it? We have a full team, and we have Professors Tom van der Steen and Gijs van Soes, who have a legacy in bringing imaging technology to the clinic. Ferry Daichin, he is our CTO. He's has a PhD in this technology, and I have a 25-year experience in strategic consultant and in the medical device industry. And we are supported by a team of clinical, scientific, commercial, and financial consultants. So if we look at Caminari Medical, it's a de-risk technology expected to revolutionize the coronary artery imaging. And we have a clean and strong IP position. The proof of concept has been obtained. It is reimbursed. We have a seasoned executive team with a track record of delivery, straightforward clinical and commercialization strategy, a first exit opportunity after 2 years' time, and comparable exits of around 100 million euros. So with our Caminari Medical coronary catheter, we will be able to prevent a huge number of recatheterizations, prevent unnecessary death, and save society more than 2 billion euros annually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Another great pitch. Well done. Great job. Let's now listen to the jury to have their questions. Who would like to begin? Simon.
Hi, Simon.
Hi, thanks very much for the pitch. When I was reading through the documents, something I noticed was that you were heating the lipids, and I just wanted to understand, to what degree and whether this could actually present a risk of rupture of the plaque.
If you have on one side you have calcified plaques, and they contain calcium, and on the other side you have the vulnerable plaques, and that's a combination of necrotic cells, lipids, and also the location of the lipids in relation to the lumen. That gives you an indication of the cap thickness. So, and these are vulnerable plaques because if this cap ruptures, all the contents spill into the coronary artery. If you have a calcified plaques, these contents are fixed, but lipids, and necrotic cell, they get released in the circulation and cause a thrombus.
So just maybe to keep my question very short, the heating that you cause the lipids, it's extremely small. It doesn't cause any potential rupture issues.
No. It's absolutely no.
Okay.
It's just a reaction of laser, and that gives an ultrasound reaction. It's a thermoelastic reaction.
So there's no additional risk compared to OCT or any other probe type technology?
No, because if you look at the other technology, NIRS, that's also laser-based, but with another frequency.
Let's go to Aidan, then to Danielle, and then to Nana.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm just wondering, do you have any clinical evidence that it is going to improve outcomes yet?
The identification of vulnerable plaques, that shows that, especially the plaques that what you call the non-culprit plaques, if you can identify these, then the outcome, it's got a factor 2 less recatheterizations, and that has been shown in the studies that have been published in the Lancet.
Okay, but not with your device, though.
Sorry?
Not with your device.
No, because
we haven't shown it with your device yet.
Of course, yeah. But if you look at the technology of infrared-X, that is NIRS, and that's a similar technology, but they don't really identify tissue. You see that with their technology measurement, you see superior outcomes if you treat these vulnerable plaques.
Okay. Daniel, your question, please.
Yes. How does your equipment flow into the protocol, into the procedure for catheterization? Is it a separate piece of equipment, or can it be blended or integrated with the existing stuff? I mean, the catheterization is quite crowded. The amount of equipment they have. Is there room for another one, or are you going to integrate it with existing stuff?
Well, it depends on the kind of interventional cardiology lab you have. We can integrate it totally. So you have in a machine room, engine room, you have our equipment, and then you only have the catheter. But in other cath labs, they roll in the OCT and the IVUS, and we have a similar product. And in the workflow, we are the same. So if you do an IVUS, you replace our technology, because we do also have IVUS, but we add photoacoustics, and so that doesn't add any extra equipment.
Nana.
Thank you so much. So I'm wondering about the scalability model. What is your scalability strategy first? And secondly, what is the sensitivity of your device? So in terms of that, so I'm a cardiologist. I pretty understand this fantastic approach. So in terms of the identification, the plaques, so it could be, and then you have to teach also the personnel, so either technicians or cardiologists, invasive cardiologists, to use these devices. So that should be additional cost and approaches.
Well,
so scalability and the sensitivity of your ultrasound application. Thank you.
With the ultrasound, we have the photoacoustic, and that's we can identify the lipids on its frequency. So what you saw is we have the traditional high definition ultrasound picture, and we have the overlay of the photoacoustic. So, and we can tune the sensitivity. And what we have seen in our animal studies, we have a very, very good relation to histology, because that is a ground truth. So we related it to histological samples, and then we saw a very good correlation. And the learning curve for the interventionalist is easy, because it's being based on an IVUS platform, and the clinical decision support that we give is a very simple picture that does also the quantitative measurement of the coronary arteries.
And what animals have you used? What animals have you used?
A pig, so it's size comparable. No.
Okay.
So we'll have to stop that discussion there. Thank you very much indeed. A very rich discussion, and this brings us to the conclusion of the second pitch session this morning. We've had now this morning 7 very powerful pitches, and let's remember who has pitched in the second section this morning. We had Ireland with FieldTech, who have developed the first connected health platform for monitoring compression therapy. After that, we went to Spain to meet Initius. Initius is a startup developing medical devices based on torsional waves in combination with AI for the diagnosis of conditions associated with tissue consistency changes. And after that, we went to the Netherlands, to Rotterdam, to meet Caminari Medical. Caminari Medical revolutionizes the results of heart catheterizations with a catheter that images these vulnerable plaques optimally. So we've had a lot to learn this morning. We are now approaching our lunch break. Please, on the hashtag EITH Catapult, we are very keen to receive your photos and your remarks. And of course, don't forget our network platform to make those appointments, to be able to meet up with startups, delegates, investors, whoever you like. We have a very exciting program this afternoon. We have 7 more powerful pitches coming along. We've got a talk our expert insight all around the legislation concerning software as a medical device, a sensitive area. And then, of course, later on, we'll give you the times this afternoon, and later on we will be concluding with our awards ceremonies. So stay with us, stay tuned, have a great lunch, and see you back here at 13:20 Central European Time. Enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back to the EIT Health Catapult Medtech semi-finals. We hope you had a great lunch and are ready to discover our next 7 pitch and startups. We will be, of course, reaching the climax of the day with 5 o'clock Central European time with that magic moment of awards, which will be preceded by our 3rd and final expert insight. But before that, we're going to go back to meeting our next 7 exciting pitches. And to start off, we are going to go to Spain. The rules are exactly the same. 5 minutes for pitching, 5 minutes for Q&A. If there is an overrun, of course, unfortunately, it will be necessary to cut. And the jury will be making their decision, making those marks and notes directly after each pitch has been given. So with that, on that note, let's go now back to Spain today. And we are going to be meeting the co-founder of a startup called Luco. And we are going to be listening to Aurélien Bourcard. So Aurélien, the co-founder of Luco. Hello, good to see you.
Hello. Likewise.
Great. And now it's 5 minutes to pitch. The floor is yours.
Great. Good afternoon. So today I will present you PointCheck, which is the first device that can monitor white cells non-invasively. In today's clinical practice, a blood draw is needed whenever we measure white cells. This is very burdensome for the patients because they need to go to the hospital. This limits the frequency of monitoring. Next slide. Next slide. Here is why the clinical routine needs to be changed. In chemotherapy, the lack of white blood cells is a common side effect. This is a huge issue because this often causes infections which are life-threatening. This also creates a horrible uncertainty to patients and their family. Next. In Europe and US alone, this creates a huge economic burden of more than 5 billion due to hospitalizations and also 25,000 deaths every year. Next. Today, measurements take place only at 2 time points, and that's what's in between nobody knows. So doctors and patients are in the dark most of the time of the chemo, and patients will get low white cells and catch infections due to lack of monitoring. But we can improve the situation. Next. Our product, PointCheck, allows white cells to be monitored daily and detect when they drop before infections occur. It will show you when the patient is safe or at risk, alerting the medical team in time to intervene. This will reduce hospitalizations by 50%. This also moves the point of care setup into the patient's hands, improving the patient's health and the quality of life, like we saw for glucose monitoring. Next. And this is why more than 100 KOLs are supporting us. These KOLs validated our value proposition and are willing to adopt our technology. Next. Besides the support of our KOLs, we have recognition from industries, associations, and innovation hubs on both sides of the Atlantic. So, how does our product work? Next. The breakthrough of PointCheck is to use optical imaging instead of blood draws to monitor white cells. Frequent monitoring works because patients can use PointCheck from home without any supervision. Once the finger is inserted into the device, the patient is guided by an interface. The result is then produced in 1 minute as sent to the medical team, telling if the patient is safe or at risk. The device and the related methods are protected by several patents. So, how do we do it? Next. PointCheck uses imaging and looks at capillaries through the skin in the nail fold area, highlighted here, using an optical microscope. Next. In the images acquired by the microscope camera, we see that this area contains capillaries that are easy to see. What PointCheck does is to record, track, and count all white cells that flow through these capillaries in a 1 minute video. As you can see below, a white cell produces a transparent gap in the capillary. This method is a quick, secure, and effective way to count white cells. Next. And it's not just a concept. Our technology has been clinically tested, proven to be highly accurate in many patients, and published in highly ranked journals. Results demonstrate compliant diagnostic performance to detect severe neutropenia with a high sensitivity and specificity. Next. In terms of market size, we have a sizable market of around 3 billion euros with more than 2 million patients in Europe and in the US. Next. Our B2B value proposition is based on the 50% savings that we generate by avoiding hospital readmissions. Our business model targets financially at-risk healthcare providers and insurers, and PointCheck follows a subscription model. Costs are in line with our devices like glucometers. Next. We have set ambitious but achievable milestones. We have shown the feasibility in stage 1. In stage 2, we are now finalizing industrialization in view of regulatory clearance. The next step, stage 3, is regulatory approval and commercial launch, for which we'll raise our 6 million Series A. So, who is making that reality possible? Next. We are a committed team of co-founders and seasoned entrepreneurs with a multidisciplinary background. Next. We also have a strong board of directors and advisors with a solid experience in oncology, medical devices, and various business and regulatory aspects. Next. We are local. PointCheck uses an entirely new non-invasive technology, and it could save 25,000 lives per year. This is our first product. In the longer term, our vision is to do full non-invasive blood testing by further expanding its technological capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Aurélien. Thank you very much for the exciting Luco pitch. Let's now turn to the jury and listen to their questions. Let's go, Daniel, straight away.
Hi, thanks for the excellent pitch. I wonder if what examples you have that can be relevant to this, to this invention. Can you detect effectiveness and specificity of immunotherapy for cancer?
I will let Alvaro, my co-founder, answer this question.
Yeah, hello. I hope that the audio is okay. I'm a local medical officer, and our use case is more like related to neutropenia with regular chemotherapies, not immunotherapies. So we are targeting mainly like chemotherapies that are producing like low white cells, as Aurélien mentioned. Obviously, we have a portfolio and roadmap of other opportunities, but specifically immunotherapies is not an area that we are like investigating.
Let me clarify. So you're detecting if it goes lower on white cells, but you're not targeting, you're not focused on checking whether they go higher on the number of white cells, right?
That will be like a future application, for example, for sepsis management and infection management. So that's in our roadmap. But for the current product, we are focusing on neutropenia as the first market. But as you said, there are like other applications, and that's one of the many that we envision.
Nana, Simon, Claudio, I think you have a question. Let's go. Nana.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Simon, I think you were first. But
whatever.
A very brief
Whoever
question. I'm really fascinated point of care solution, and I see the lots of application in the food and development. My question is, in the case situation, for example, the low blood pressure in capillaries, how is sensitive your approach, your technology?
Oh, okay. You mean
specificity and sensitivity, because you mentioned high numbers, but you didn't mention the numbers. So you just mentioned that you mentioned publications and so on and so on. How is specific and sensitive in different cases? We know the patient with cancer or other conditions, hematological disorders, they potentially have the approach. The diseases also affects the cardiovascular system, hemodynamics, the blood pressure. It could be low blood pressure. How is sensitive? How is it accurate?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So excellent question. So what we have shown in our clinical from our clinical studies is that we are above 80% of specificity and above 92% of sensitivity. So regardless of the specific blood pressure. So all these factors, may vary during the studies, but basically we achieve that performance.
Yeah. Let me add also that we will include in our label some obviously like warnings. So for example, people with Raynaud's disease or like other conditions that might affect capillaries. As you said, there might be conditions also that we will have to include in our label, and we have discussed this with regulatory agencies, because obviously the technology might have like some interference, with some of these areas, but that will be in our label.
Yeah, and then you include those kind of patients group in design of your clinical trial protocols.
Yeah, absolutely. We have like, I mean, obviously there are like exclusion criteria based on like conditions that might affect like capillaries. So for example, rheumatological diseases like Raynaud's.
Yeah.
And also like people with low blood pressure, there is like an exclusion criteria, specific one. But we also have like a diverse population that we are including to ensure that the technology will be generalizable. So people with different like age groups, ethnic backgrounds. So that's considered in the study. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very quickly, could you maybe give us 2 words on how many patients you might push towards clinical care unnecessarily? And again, I'm thinking about the false positive rates that you might provide.
So the amount of patients, I mean, that we would...
The ones that you basically got sensitivity and specificity figures. Out of those, what number of patients will you misdiagnose as having neutropenia, therefore seek medical attention?
20%. So
Yes.
the rate of false positive will be like 20%. We are favoring like a sensitivity for obvious reason, because neutropenia is a life-threatening condition. So we want to be erring on that side of the. So we think that our
and what kind of cost? Sorry, just in 10 seconds. And what kind of cost will that therefore incur to the healthcare system?
Yeah, that right now the indication for use includes like the team contacting the patients that are flagged as at risk. So they will do like a second verification in terms of temperature and other symptoms to avoid like problems.
Got it.
Thank you very much. That wraps up very nicely this Q&A session with LS Cancer, with Luko. Excuse me. So we are going now to meet a new startup in Finland. We are going to meet LS Cancer Diag. And to pitch LS Cancer, we have the CFO, Niklas Lahti. Niklas, good afternoon. Very nice to meet you. And you now have 5 minutes to pitch. The floor is yours. Have a great time.
Thank you. Almost all of us know someone who has had cancer, and no wonder. Just last year there was 19 million new cancer cases worldwide. But did you know that 10% of all cancers are because of hereditary reasons, meaning that no matter how healthy these people live, they are having a significant risk in developing cancer at some point of their life. My name is Niklas Lahti, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer of LS Cancer Diag, a company that has developed a breakthrough technology to detect Lynch syndrome and prevent cancer. So you may ask, what is Lynch syndrome? Well, let me tell you, it's actually the most common reason for the predisposition of cancer, meaning that it has a prevalence of up to 1 in 125 people worldwide. It's also dominantly inherited, so first-degree family members have a 50% risk of having the same condition as the one diagnosed with Lynch syndrome. And finally, these people have up to 80% risk of developing cancer during their lifetime. If we compare these numbers to the general population, we can easily see that the risk of getting cancer is significant, especially in the colorectal and endometrial, as well as the reoccurrence of cancers. But the problem is actually not to prevent the cancer. We already have means to prevent cancer if we would just know who the people with Lynch syndrome are. The problem are that it is currently way underdiagnosed because of the inadequate diagnostic methods today. So we have developed Diag-MMR, a breakthrough technology to detect Lynch syndrome from healthy tissue, meaning that we don't need the tumor tissue at all. And we are actually allowing the whole families to be diagnosed with Lynch syndrome, allowing an easy cascade testing. What we do is we have a functional test testing the DNA mismatch repair function, the hallmark of Lynch syndrome when it's deficient. And we do not only give you the answer whether the patient has Lynch syndrome or not, we are actually measuring the function quantitatively, meaning that we can actually give keys for the clinician to provide a personalized treatment plan to prevent both primary and recurring cancers. If we compare our method to the current state of art, which requires a tumor studies from investigation of family history of cancer, and finally genetic testing, trying to find the pathogenic variant behind the disease, 82% of those technologies fail to detect Lynch syndrome, meaning that they are simply inconclusive. Whereas if you want to see that the dark MMR is a predictive technology, relatively non-invasive, simple, and finally superior in accuracy, as we can see in the next slide. So what have we done so far, and what are our next steps to be a commercial success? The company was founded in 2013, after which we developed Diac MMR and run a clinical validation with excellent results of 100% specificity and 89% of sensitivity. After that, we have a CE mark for the product, and we actually commercialized Diac MMR already in our home country in Finland. And we have granted 29 patents, including all the target markets in EU, US, and China. Our next step is to collect 5 million euros to develop an in vitro diagnostic kit of the technology, as well as finalize our health economic studies for reimbursement and regulatory purposes. This is to get the approval from the FDA, as well as comply with the CE IVDR. The market for Diac MMR is huge, and this is mainly because of the current guidelines, which already suggest to screen all colorectal and endometrial cancers for Lynch syndrome. The implementation is only starting, giving us a perfect timing for the commercialization, and the awareness of Lynch syndrome is increasing thanks to all the patient organizations worldwide. And also, the more genetic testing is done, the bigger is the need for a functional testing, just like MMR, to verify their results, as well as provide clinicians the keys for this personalized care. We are a dynamic team of 8 people and led by our founder, Professor Minna Nyström, who has over 30 years of experience of research in the Lynch syndrome, being one of the leading researchers in the whole world. And I'm having a background in corporate finance. Minto is the chief scientific officer, and Philip takes care of the business development part. If you share our values and want to join us today, I would love to have a chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Niklas. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. Great pitch. Let's turn to the jury and see what questions they are going to ask you. Who would like to kick off? Yes, Aidan and then Claudio. Go ahead.
I'm interested in the percent chance of developing cancer when you have this this gene, and what time frame are you talking about? Is it over your lifetime or?
Oh yeah, so yeah, it's a hereditary disease, meaning that you have the risk of developing cancer during the whole life. The average age of getting cancer is 45, so relatively to 20 years.
And what is that risk for each cancer? What is that risk for each cancer?
Yeah, for colorectal cancer, it's the risk is 80%. And for the endometrial cancer, it's pretty much the same. It depends on a bit about of the gene. So there are four different genes involved, and then there are like 12 different cancers in total, but those are the main 2 ones.
Okay, thank you.
Claudio, over to you.
Very interesting. So, but something that you haven't touched upon is competition. So I was wondering, I mean, this looks like so huge an opportunity. Why not others? So what you have that makes you different, unique?
Yeah, it's. I mean, the good news is that in the commercial phase, we have no competition except that the current way of detecting Lynch syndrome. So typically, you run the normal tumor studies like immunohistochemistry and microsatellite instability. And if you find any indication for Lynch syndrome, then you run a genetic testing and try to find the mutation behind the disease. As an indirect competition is, of course, all the genetic testing that are done regularly all over the world. But we see them more like partners because they have a lot of problems in really giving a verified diagnosis for Lynch syndrome, and we can provide them information that they actually need. And on top of that, we have really quantified the function. So we do not only tell if you have Lynch syndrome, what we can really measure in future, what are the risks? So, for example, at what stage should you start your colonoscopy to prevent colorectal cancer?
Neil, I jump in. You can ask your question, please.
Yes,
Then
just very
Nana, then
quickly.
Sam.
So the results of this test would probably drive diagnostic choices rather than treatment choices, or what's the outcome for patients with a certain result?
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question very well. I had a
So
very
just
small lag.
if a patient is seen to have very poor function, is that mostly driving monitoring of that patient, or can you make treatment decisions?
Right.
Very good question. It's mainly for monitoring, for sure, because it's still about preventing, but it has also implications on the treatment of the cancer. So first of all, we know that the patients are typically MSI high. That can of course be found from the microsatellite instability testing as well. But different mutations, for example, may affect differently on the treatment as well. But yes, the monitoring is for sure the main reason for this.
Okay, Nana, has your question been covered, or would you like to ask one? Simon.
No, not yet. Thank you. I also see that as a great opportunity. As you developed a new biomarkers in terms of the tracking the disease. My question, first of all, maybe I missed it. Your business model first, and a second, I'd love to see the correlation between genetic markers and identification of mutation and your prediction. So because this is actually will address the whole monitoring, tracking, and diagnostic tools. Plus, I love also that you included the AI modeling and then developing the risk. So business modeling and the correlation between genetics and the imaging procedures. Thank you.
Absolutely great question. Thank you. In 5 minutes, you just don't have time to tell everything, but we are currently having a laboratory developed test. So the clinicians are sending samples into our own lab, and we run the testing in our lab, and then we provide the result. However, we are going to provide an in vitro diagnostic kit. So we want to, when we discuss with the key opinion leaders in Europe and in the US, they want to run the test in their own facilities, especially in Europe. So that is going to change for sure. That is where we are actually collecting money.
Good luck. Super great. Thank you.
All right. Well, look, I'm so sorry, Simon. Your question will have to come later, perhaps, because we've run out of time. We have to play the game. Thank you so much, jury, for developing a very, very rich Q&A there. And thank you, Niklas. Let's now go to Ireland. We are going to meet Dr. Barbara Oliveira, co-founder of the startup Luminate Medical. Hello, Barbara. Great to meet you this afternoon. Lovely. And you now have 5 minutes to pitch. Have a great time.
Hello, hi everyone. My name is Barbara Oliveira. I'm co-founder of Luminate Medical, and we are ending hair loss for chemotherapy patients. The whole world, The whole world knows that sudden hair loss means cancer, but millions of cancer patients wish that it didn't. We've heard this from so many patients we've spoken to. But there's one story that really sticks with us, and it's from a young mother with breast cancer who told us that she wanted to keep her hair, not for her, but so that her kids thought that she was okay. So hair loss really is a massive need, and it's why we've been laser focused on developing Lily, our pain-free, portable, and patient-centric solution to help patients retain their hair and improve their psychosocial outcomes when going through cancer treatment. So the Lily device is worn by patients during and after chemo, and it uses our localized microvascular compression therapy. Essentially, our therapy, which is now patented, works by applying a light compression on the scalp to reduce the amount of blood flow and therefore chemo that gets to the hair follicles, ultimately helping patients retain their hair. And we actually have already proved that our therapy works. Number one, with our 106 animal study. And as you can see, the only place where animals retained hair corresponds to the green areas where we applied our therapy. Number two, we also ran a healthy volunteer study where we obtained a far greater and much more reliable reduction in blood flow compared to the predicates. But let me switch gears a little and let me tell you that 3 million cancer patients every year in the US and Europe alone receive chemotherapy treatments that cause hair loss. This creates a 3.9 billion euro opportunity. But what's even more astonishing is that 84% of these cancer patients are already spending vast amount of money out of pocket in buying wigs, which only conceal but do not prevent the trauma of hair loss. So the market really is huge, but the solutions that exist today are weak. Preventative solutions on the market, they're based on scalp cooling, and these are super painful. They do not work reliably across patients from different ethnicities, and they are super time consuming both for the patient and the hospital because they're not portable. So we really want to do better than this, and the first thing we're doing to change the paradigm is addressing the cancer patient needs first. So we're operating sales through digital marketing and oncologist referrals. We're delivering the devices direct to patients who can then operate our device independently in the clinic. And just a quick note to mention that on reimbursement, not only are wigs already reimbursed by the majority of insurers, but the preventative solutions in the US received their first Class 3 CPT code just this last summer. And who's going to deliver on this amazing opportunity? Well, it's a team led by me and Aaron Hannon in the CTO and CEO roles, a team that has built medical devices, ran clinical trials for cancer patients, and sold direct-to-consumer devices before. And the team who's also joined as an advisor by the former CEO of our leading competitor in the market. So let me just wrap up by telling you that we're moving from our preclinical data gathering onto the first-in-human clinical trial with 30 patients that will be starting in Q3 2022. And beyond that, we'll move to raising a Series A and obtaining 510K clearance to market our device in the US, where there are significant exit opportunities both at this stage and beyond. To date, we've been really fortunate to be funded by many sources, including Y Combinator and even EIT Health, who named us the winners of Crash Barcelona 2019 Accelerator. So we're a European team with an ambition to make a transformative global impact in the patient experience of cancer treatment. We hope that you will join us in that mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Barbara. That was a really great pitch. Let's move over to the jury. Let's invite them in and listen to their questions, please. Who would like to begin? Danielle, did I see a hand? No, Aidan. Aidan, over to you and Danielle. Okay.
Sounds like a very interesting product. One of my questions is how it actually works to stop blood flow. I mean, is this a whole, does it cover your whole head and presses on the skin? And how can you reliably do that? And the other question was, on one of your slides, you had neuropathy mentioned, so I don't understand that.
Sure, yeah. So we've developed a technique that applies light compression via pneumatic bladders that cover the entire scalp. So you're correct. So those bladders are placed all along the scalp so that we can reduce blood flow at all points around the scalp. And by reducing blood flow, we're reducing the amount of chemo that gets to the hair follicles that ends up preventing the destructive chemo action on the follicles, which helps patients retain their hair. And then on your second question, so our localized microvascular compression therapy method is a method of reducing blood flow and chemo delivery two extremities. So we can use it to target other chemotherapy side effects, and that's where neuropathy comes in. And even another side effect that we're looking into is infertility. So just to clarify that the neuropathy is the side effect that affects the superficial nerve endings on the peripheries of patients.
Thank you very much. Simon, did you have a question?
Yeah, just kind of going to that, how long is the device used then? So we have a chemotherapy session, it's X hours for the infusion.
Sure, yeah. So the device is worn during the infusion and then for 90 minutes after the infusion. And those 90 minutes after are really to cover the half-life of the chemotherapy after the patient has finished infusion. And that's where one of our really strong points in our value prop comes in, because our device is portable and it allows patients to wear their device when they've left the clinic after their chemo infusion, while the current solutions require that patients stay attached and tethered to these scalp cooling units, thus providing huge congestion in the hospital.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Nana, please ask your question.
I also am excited about your product. Is it any contraindications are known to use your device?
Right. So yeah, so we are targeting patients with solid tumors only, because our predicates have received FDA clearance for solid tumors only, so we do not go for hematological diseases. So that's our remit of application as well.
Thank you. We have time. Who would like to ask it? Simon, back to you. And Claudia.
I would love to know then about the other clinical applications you were mentioning. I mean, neuropathy. You're going to be putting it on the arm, I guess, a similar product, or?
So nerve endings, for example, on the hand and on the feet. So with for your fingers and toes. So with glove-like devices and sock-like devices that apply that light compression at those superficial nerve endings. And actually, I did mention that we've patented our therapy precisely to include those further indications as well. So for example, by a means of a glove-type device, we can apply the compression and prevent chemo from destroying the superficial nerve endings. And it's actually quite an important treatment to make available, or therapy to make available, because often when there is superficial nerve damage, it's irreversible. So something that we're really interested in going after.
Claudio?
Yeah, I was wondering, because chemotherapy, I think at some point will go down, no? Because it will be more specific treatment. So I was wondering if there are applications beyond chemotherapy. You have thought about this, because maybe the market at some point will a little bit disappear, no? Slowly.
Right, so really interesting question, and something we've done a lot of customer validation around. So first of all, chemotherapy usage has actually been predicted to increase in the next 20 to 40 years. So it's here to stay for the foreseeable future. But then moving beyond that, our therapy really allows us to prevent and modulate drug delivery to specific areas of the body. So that's something that will allow us an expansion potential as well.
Thank you so much. We have to wrap up the questions now from our jury. Thank you so very much indeed, Barbara and the jury. Let's now turn to Italy. And in Italy, we are going to meet the CEO and co-founder of a startup. The name is Ricornia, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Emiliano Lepore. So Emiliano, good afternoon. Great to see you, and you have 5 minutes now to pitch.
Thank you. Sight is the most important sense for human beings. Today, I would like to talk to you about keratoconus, a progressive eye disease. This is how these patients see the world right now. We have 218 million eyes worldwide affected by this disease, with a prevalence much higher in Asia and Middle East countries compared to Europe and US. And we have, being a progressive eye disease, we have 1.8 million new eyes to be treated every year. in particular in the stage 2 to 4, which is our target group of patients. The corneas in keratoconus patients are deformed due to a double mechanism of weakening of the collagen fibers and thinning of the cornea itself, which is leading to protrusion of the central part of the eye and to a very poor quality of vision. What is currently available for these patients is a combination of two surgical techniques, the cross-linking and the intracorneal segments. The first is effective in limiting the progression of the disease, but has no effects at all in terms of improving vision. On the other side, the intracorneal segments were initially developed for patients with myopia and adapted just as a secondary use for patients with keratoconus. And this results in being non-effective in at least 50% of the keratoconus cases due to the unpredictability of the visual outcomes. At Reconia, we want keratoconus patients to recover vision and to see the world nicely again. We have developed the first ever nitrile corneal implant to treat keratoconus efficiently with predictable visual outcomes, the Grosso implant, where the uniqueness is in the curvature, similar to the physiological curvature of the eye, for a complete, precise, and predictable remodeling of the entire cornea, as opposed to what is currently happening with intracorneal segments, which are implanted peripherally in the eye, trying to remodel the center where actually the problem is located. But the unpredictability is really the key pain point of surgeons. We have developed a minimally invasive device combined with a minimally invasive surgery through a 3.5mm incision only. The device is fully developed with contract manufacturers certified 13485. The patent is granted in Italy and extended in the geographies listed in the slide. We are going to target the most severe cases of keratoconus, stage 3 and 4, where there is a lack of current solutions and are already counting for 47% of the total market, reaching then patients also stage 2, counting for 80% of the total addressable market, which is 1.1 billion euros on an annual basis based on incidence, and we are targeting 80% market share by year 5. On the upstream, we have leading manufacturers certified 13485 covering the entire value chain. On the downstream, we have LOI signed with ophthalmic companies and distributors of ophthalmic products for a final selling price 600 to 1,000 euros per device. Being a medtech company, this is our roadmap. We are currently in the preclinical phase, and the milestones in the next 18 months are to end the preclinical and the first pilot clinical trial in the 2 centers within the Fast Track Innovation Grant, currently ongoing, that we got from the European Commission for 1.6 million euro. On the top of the grant, we are currently fundraising for 1.2 million euros to reach the end of the pilot clinical trial and then to start a pivotal clinical trial to reach the CE mark towards the end of 2024. I'm Emiliano, co-founder and CEO of Reconia, more than 10 years of experience in innovation in medtech and biotech with business experience in Europe, Japan, and Singapore. Reconia is my third startup. The first 2 ones we exited through a pure IP business model. Moses, the CSO and co-founder of Reconia, has more than 10 years of experience in running clinical trials for both biopharmaceuticals and medical devices, with experience in Uganda, UK, and Singapore. Arcadio and Thomas are complementing the team on the regulatory and manufacturing. We have already raised 2 pre-seed rounds from Entrepreneur First from Singapore and G-Factor from Italy. Please come and join us in our journey in preventing cornea blindness through innovation. Thank you, and we are open for your questions.
Thank you very much indeed. That's great, Emiliano. Well done. Let's move over now to meet the jury and to have their questions. Who would like to kick off? I've got, I think, Aidan.
Very nice looking device. I have a couple of questions. One is, does it interfere with the light entering the eye? And the second one is, it's made of nitinol. Is there a chance of fibrosis occurring and therefore clouding over the cornea?
So what we have, shown, I mean, in the presentation is not the latest design of the device, just for confidential reasons. We have done a number of improvements, I mean, in the design in order to reduce the amount of material and move basically the main structure of the net towards the outer ring. We have an inner ring that is leaving the optical area completely free, so we have no interaction, in the central, in the optical area of the eye. Nitinol itself is, as you know, very well known to be biocompatible and safe. In the last 30 years, used in cardiovascular application. In the last 10 years, also in ophthalmology. Of course, the risk of fibrosis is something that we are going to evaluate very carefully, during the pilot and then during the pivotal clinical trial. That was one of the inputs we kept, in our mind during the design, reducing as much as we could, all the acute angles that are usually, one of the sources, one of the reasons of
Have you done
fibrosis.
animal trials yet? Animal trials?
We have done wet labs, so both on explanted pig eyes and human corneas, not suitable for corneal transplants. We are approaching in the next quarter the biocompatibility, so the tests in live, on animals.
Who would like to ask the next question, please? Yes, okay, very good. Neil. Neil?
You mentioned that curvature was an important part of the innovation. Is this a one-size-fits-all device, or is there some personalization?
Thank you for the question. So we are going to have one size, for the pilot clinical trials, and we are envisioning from 10 to 12 different sizes that will fit most of the eyes that we are targeting, specifically stage 3 and 4. Just to mention that in principle, the manufacturing process that we are using could also be suitable for a potential customization, but I want to make clear that we are considering, standard sizes for now.
Yes, anybody else who would like to ask a question? Yes, please, Claudio.
So I was looking to the team, but I was not sure if I checked that there was someone related, like a practice, medical doctor, surgeon, and which is your source of experience for this?
Yeah, so let me add some information on that. So we have an advisory board on the clinical side. We have Professor Gell and Professor Malekazeh. They are key opinion leaders in the field of anterior segments, surgery of the anterior segment, in particular cornea, and in particular keratoconus. They are on board with us. They are also the lead investigators in the first in human. And the two institutions, the IMO, the Institute of Ocular Microsurgery in Barcelona, where Professor Gelli is working, and the Hospital of Toulouse are partners with us in the Fast Track Innovation Grant. So they are, lead experts in the field. Edoardo Grosso, the co-inventor of the Grosso implant, is also on board in Zirconia as co-founder and advisor. And we are building a network of key opinion leaders in the field through Professor Gell and Professor Malekazeh. So we are definitely expanding that network of clinicians.
We have time for one more question. Well, would anybody like to just... Okay, Aidan.
There are implants for presbyopia. Is that a similar area?
Well, is not a similar area, but you mentioned a very important keyword, in the sense that we are already exploring also the field of presbyopia, adapting the core technology behind the Grosso implant to be potentially tuned and adapted also to treat patients with presbyopia. That's definitely a potential new area of expansion for Recordner.
Well, very good. That concludes our Q&A time. Thank you, jury, and thank you also, Emiliano. Our afternoon is advancing, and that award ceremony is getting closer. So who have we just listened to? In the first part of the afternoon, we were in Spain. We met Luco. Luco is developing the world's first device that can monitor white blood cells non-invasively. After that, in Finland, we discovered LS Cancer Diag, who offers a novel diagnostic test to detect Lynch syndrome, the world's most common inherited cancer syndrome. Afterwards, we moved to Ireland to Luminate Medical. The company's first product uses its novel technology to provide a portable, comfortable, and patient-focused treatment to prevent chemo-induced hair loss. And we have just met in Italy Ricornia, a Medtech ophthalmic company at the preclinical stage, developing implants for treating eye diseases. Now, if you would like to know any more about any of these startups this afternoon, and indeed all the other startups that have been pitching, or if you want to meet people to look for a partner to start a strong collaboration, please go to our networking platform. It's there waiting for you. In the meantime, we are going to take a short break. We will be meeting at 2:30 Central European Time, and coming up after the break, we will be listening to our last set of pitches. Don't miss those, they'll be outstanding as well. And then we'll have our third expert insight. That, of course, will be followed by the magic moment of the award ceremony. So, in the meantime, have a moment to relax, good meetings, and see you at 2:30. Welcome back, everybody, to our EIT Health Catapult Medtech semi-finals. Let's remember that at 15:10 Central European Time, there will be a networking session, which of course is a fantastic opportunity to schedule those one-to-one meetings so that you are able to meet with, discuss, and matchmake with the brightest minds today in medtech in Europe. But before that, we're going to run into our fourth and final pitch sequence with the last three top medtechs in Europe today who are taking part in Catapult. And we are going to start with France. And we are going to now meet Fabrice Faublanc, the co-founder of Orixa startup with Fabrice. So please, Fabrice, the floor is yours for 5 minutes of pitching. Have a great time.
Thank you, Alison. I'm delighted to be here and to tell you about Orixa. At Orixa, we are building a unique liquid ventilation platform to save patient lives in critical care. And we're starting by addressing a major unmet medical need, which is cardiac arrest. Today, unfortunately, you have less than 10% chances to recover from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. Indeed, in spite of innovations such as automated CPR and investments in defibrillators and efforts by rescuers, 2/3 of patients who are initially rescued by emergency services die in the hospital within a few days. They die from the post-cardiac arrest cytokine storm that destroys the heart and the brain cells, provoking a secondary death. Therefore, we need to strengthen this weak link by tackling post-cardiac arrest syndrome, and that's what we're doing at Orixa. Every year, post-cardiac arrest syndrome kills more than 150,000 patients in Europe and North America because current cooling devices take too long to induce protective therapeutic hypothermia, which is defined by a temperature of 33 degrees Celsius. So it's high time for a new ultra-rapid hypothermia standard for cardiac arrest care in the ICU. It's called Vent2Cool, liquid ventilation for cooling within minutes, not hours, the blood, the heart, and the brain to stop the cytokine storm in its tracks. So, how does it work? To achieve such cooling speed, Vent2Cool uses the best thermal exchangers, the lungs, as it ventilates the intubated patient with a thermoregulated breathable liquid. At each ventilation cycle, for 2 seconds during inspiration, Vent2Cool pushes 1 liter of cold and oxygenated liquid in the lungs of the patient. Then, during expiration, for 8 seconds, it will suck up the same amount of liquid that became warm and rich of CO2 in the lungs. So during every 10-second cycles, Vent2Cool removes up to 2 kilojoules of heat from the patient body. And as you can see on this graph, this unique cooling power is critical to act during the 2 hours therapeutic window of opportunity, a window which is completely missed by standard cooling devices. So that's why only ultra-rapid hypothermia can put the brakes on the post-cardiac arrest cytokine storm and protect the heart and brain from failing. Based on our animal models and input from KOLs, we expect for patients that can be treated within 2 hours of resuscitation, that survival rate would go up to 50% versus 35% currently. That would translate into many saved lives. We expect that once we clear reimbursement hurdles and we have Vent2Cool in most ICUs in Europe and North America from 2030, that close to a third of the 220,000 patients who are rushed alive in the ICU will be put on Vent2Cool. That's 65,000 patients per year, which would translate into roughly 10,000 saved lives and Vent2Cool revenues of more than 300 million euros for Orixa. To get there, we have already achieved preclinical and industrial proof of concept on the Vent2Cool technology. The next 2 challenges are first to obtain CE mark by end of 2024, and then to include Vent2Cool in the international cardiac arrest guidelines through a successful pan-European superiority study. And this plus FDA approval will lead to a full-scale launch in 2027. To finance this development effort, we're looking for a Series A of 15 million euros. to complement the 6 million euros raised to date. Orixa is powered by its team of co-founders, engineers in Sherbrooke, Canada for technology, and pharmacologists in Paris for preclinical development, and an operations team in Lyon that I'm leading. We have the full support of leading clinicians in the field, such as Alain Cariou and Fabio Tacon. And we also rely on the expertise of our partners, industrial partners, who've invested in our recent seed round last summer. In conclusion, I'd like to point out that our mission to bring liquid ventilation's clinical benefits to critical care is served by a strategy to develop high-impact solutions with, first of all, Vent2Cool as the reference treatment for post-cardiac arrest syndrome, and then subsequently Vent2Breathe for respiratory distress support as an alternative to mechanical ventilation. And we're confident that with the support of the EIT health community, we can build here in Europe the leader in liquid ventilation to save critical care patients. Thank you for your attention. I'll be very happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Fabrice. Great pitch. Thank you. Let's now bring in our jury to take their questions. Who would like to begin? Danielle, perhaps, or Claudio, Simon? Who would like to have a go? Daniel.
Yeah, happy to.
Okay, great.
So yeah, we'd love to just hear a little bit
after
about
Aidan.
the IP side of things. Could you tell us what's kind of the protective nature right now, and why could no one else copy this?
Okay, thank you for the question, Daniel. We have 3 patents, 2 of them which were filed in the academic setting and for which Orixa has an exclusive worldwide license, and the most recent patent that we filed in 2021, so earlier this year, which belongs 100% to Orixa. The first one covers a method to have a proxy of the temperature in the body through our device. The second one protects the what we call the lung conservative liquid ventilation parameters, so that we cannot have any side effects in terms of lung volume control. And the third one, which is our own Orixa patent, covers the core technology which is inside the machine to optimize the exchanges in gas and in thermal power.
Thank you, Simon. I believe you had a question. Oh, Daniel.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe what is the level of education of the market in terms of the need for such a solution? Are people aware of it? Customers aware of it? Is the clinical profession willing to jump on such a solution?
Yes, we're a few years away from a full launch, as you understood, but my co-founders have made more than 50 publications on the topic of liquid ventilation. They've done presentation at the American Heart Association meeting. So there's a bit of a buzz for some KOLs on this topic. That's why Professor Cariou at Cochin or Professor Tacon at Erasmus in Brussels are really behind us. Obviously, it's not widely known now, and for most people, it's a bit of a science fiction technology to have someone breathing a liquid. But obviously, with the first in-man study that will be coming up in 2023 and subsequent publications and talks in the congresses by our KOLs, obviously we will educate the people in the ICUs who deal with the cardiac arrest.
I think, Simon, over to you.
Thanks. I guess to understand a little bit, how much evidence will you actually need to generate, and kind of when will you become, do you consider, standard of care? What will be the critical factor that really kind of gets nudged to say, yes, okay, I'm convinced by this?
Mm-hmm. Thanks for a great question. The first step, obviously, is to demonstrate with the first in-man study the performance and the safety. So that's going to be about 30 patients in those 2 centers I mentioned in Erasmus in Brussels and in Cochin in Paris. And then after that, from 2024 to 2026, we will set up a multicentric clinical study versus the reference treatment, which currently is TTM, so temperature management at 36 degrees, sorry. And then we need to demonstrate superiority on the main outcome, which is survival with good neurological condition. And this is where the plus 15% in absolute value will need to be demonstrated.
And for your US strategy, I guess, will you be conducting some of those clinical trials in the US in the US as well?
Yes, we will. Obviously, we will discuss with the FDA to hopefully get a breakthrough status and be able to reach the US market as quickly as possible. We will start the discussions once we have done our first patients in Europe to come to the FDA with evidence that the safety and the performance is already well established. And it will be a parallel track. At this stage, we think the big superiority study will be done in Europe, and we'll have the FDA study, probably 80 to 100 patients. That's what our advisors are telling us, to be held in parallel in the US.
Got it. Thank you.
Aidan, quickly, go ahead. Very quick.
Question regarding the business model and the cost of application. Hyperthermia is a quite established methodology, but cost of your application and business model. Thank you.
Yes. So the business model relies mainly on selling the sterile consumable kit, which includes a patient kit and the breathable liquid. And
we are running over time, Fabrice.
Based on the evidence, it should range around 10,000 euros per patient for this, based on the life we save and the quality study that we've performed to date.
Thank you very much. We have to wrap up there because of the timing. Thank you for such a rich discussion, Fabrice and the jury. Now we're going to move to Sweden. We're going to meet Michael Atkinson. Michael is the CEO and board member of the company Medvask. Here we are. Good afternoon, Michael. Nice to meet you.
Alison. Thank you for inviting me.
And you have now 5 minutes to pitch. Have a great time.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. May I present our solution? My name is Michael Atkinson, and I am the inventor. Combining our anesthetic catheter solution with today's recommended thermal treatment for varicose veins will resolve an unmet pain and resource demanding problem. What do 1/3 of you have in common with celebrities like Britney Spears and Angelina Jolie? Probably varicose veins. Varicose veins affect 1/3 of the adult population. It starts as a cosmetic problem to the left, and then it builds up over time, and it can end up with a chronic leg ulcer. Early treatment will diminish this risk. Today's terminal treatment technique can require up to 30 injections to deliver the anesthetic tumescent fluid. The tumescent fluid reduces the heat and the pain sensation from the laser. It isolates the surrounding tissue from the heat, and it compresses the vessel against the laser fiber for better efficiency. The treating physician has to deliver the tumescent by puncturing with one hand, while he is guiding the puncture needle with ultrasound in the other one. This is a challenging and time-consuming technique, leaving an hour for treatment and involving a number of staff for monitoring the patient. This is why we developed the solution catheter. This is practically a pain-free delivery technique for the anesthetic tumescent. IP rights exist for the technique in the major markets. Using Solutio, only one puncture of the skin with no or minimal pain will be needed. The Solutio catheter will deliver the tumescent from inside a vessel to the exact spot of use. This will facilitate and speed up the procedure and reducing the need of monitoring staff. Our first-in-man study shows safety and clear benefits, such as significant pain reduction. The study indicated also time reduction in tumescent deployment. The principal investigator stated that the catheter is easy and safe to use. Our Solucio catheter combines the strength of the gold standard terminal treatment techniques with the advantage of the minimal pain and easy to use from the competitive methods. 2018, nearly 2 million patients were treated with laser worldwide. With a CAGR of 7%, another million are anticipated to be added to 2025. The United States is a dominated market and it's driven by cosmetic demands. The first phase in our business plan includes a 510(k) FDA application and also building the organization both for extended business action as well for regulatory and quality control. Second stage includes FDA approval, marketing, building activities, post-marketing follow-ups, and regulatory work in Europe to be started. Exit and partnering are planned after regulatory approval. A world-class team with support from our clinical, scientific, technical, legal, and regulatory partners will deliver this plan. Recruiting process to include managing staff is ongoing. So in summary, the Solucio project includes a successful first-in-human test. We have strong IP rights. We have a short track to the US market, who is the dominated one. We have a positive extended market analysis and an exit opportunity in 3 years. Thank you very much, and I'm here for your questions.
Thank you very much, Michael. Lovely. Thank you for your nice presentation. And let's turn to our jury to listen to their questions. Jury members, Claudio. Claudio has a question. Daniel has a question. Claudio, please go ahead.
So I think it was super interesting. So thanks so much. I was wondering how much training does surgeons or specialist experts require to try this new technology? And are you going to be the ones providing this training?
There is always, when you have a new technique, there is always a learning curve. In our first human test, the principal investigator saw that after 2 or 3 patients, it was quite easy to use the catheter, and he got familiar with it. And of course, we in the start, we have to train the doctors that are gonna use the technique. I love to do that.
Daniel, your turn, please.
Thank you for the fascinating description. What can you say about the founding and management team of the company besides yourselves?
The founding is ongoing right now, so we can start all the regulatory work that are in the phase 1 of the business plan. And where we are today, with the team, we are 6 person in the board and operating team. And what we are looking for now is a managing director that can take over the CEO position for me, so I can be the MTO instead, the CTO instead. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, Claudio, let's go back to you. Okay.
Yeah, there's another one. So I was wondering if this is a definitive solution. So you have one of these problems, and you use this technique, and you get rid of, or you have some possibilities of recurrence. That is also, by my understanding, that something that happens in the treatment of this type of problem.
What we see today is that the thermal technique with laser or radio frequency is the 2 golden standard techniques, and they have the best outcome of all the different techniques. The competitive techniques have come up because there is a pain issue with the terminal techniques. And this is what we are actually solving here. The problem with the pain for the patient, and also the difficulty for the physician to put all the anesthesia in the right spot for the patient.
Nana, over to you, please.
Thank you so much. Quite interesting also application. Do you have any follow-up long-term results of your application of your technology in terms of the in terms of recovery and rehabilitation after the surgeries? Thank you.
Because we use a technique to treat like we do today, it's the only difference is that we put anesthesia in another way than we do today. We have followed up all these patients that we had in the first human test 1 year, and there is no difference between what we see in the ordinary patient today. We also follow them very closely for the first 4 weeks afterwards, and we didn't have any problems in big drawbacks.
I understood. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to go ahead with a final question for Michael? Medvask in Sweden.
I answered all your questions. Fantastic.
Exactly. You've answered those questions very nicely. Well, then we can conclude our Q&A, our discussions with Medvask and the jury. Well, it's already time for us to listen to the number 14 pitch out of our top medtechs across Europe. So here we are. And to do that, we are going to go to Germany. And we are going to now meet the co-founder and CEO of a startup called ThinkSono. Our pitcher is Fouad Alnor, and it's great to see you. Here we are. Yes, Fouad, hello. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Very good.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Thank you. So let's now hand over to you, Fouad, and you have 5 minutes to pitch ThinkSono.
All right, thanks very much. I'm excited to pitch. So as they said, I'm the CEO of ThinkSono, and the big aim of the company is to democratize ultrasound, which is the #1 imaging modality in medicine. And what we want to do is enable non-experts to use it. Now, the first clinical we're working on when it comes to our software is enabling the detection of deep vein thrombosis. Now, deep vein thrombosis is the #1 cause of preventable hospital death in the world. More people die from DVT-related deaths than breast cancer, AIDS, and car accidents combined. So this is a huge worldwide issue. However, the main component of DVT that is very problematic is the diagnosis. Treatment is somewhat solvable because there are treatments already available, but catching those patients before they get a pulmonary embolism is very important. And currently, diagnosis is only available via a technician or a radiologist who performs an ultrasound scan. Now, with our technology, we enable any healthcare professional to perform the scan using a handheld device and an app, as well as a dashboard. So what happens is a nurse can download our app and uses these already existing handheld devices to scan them, and they get real-time guidance to perform this DVT exam, which is the gold standard diagnostic exam. And then the data is available for a remote diagnosis by a radiologist if required. And to show you how that works in practice, here you will see a very quick video showing how the software works. You input some very basic patient information, and in a second, after the basic sort of demo patient information is put in, you will see detections of veins and arteries. So we optimize the system by putting height and weight to work out BMI, which is quite important. And then in a second, you will see detections of veins and arteries. So this is the standard places in the scan where they have to place the probe. They see a picture, and then after that, they get full-blown AI guidance to perform a DVT exam. which you'll see in a second now. And so imagine a nurse using this. The green is a vein and there is arteries. And to detect DVT, you have to compress the vein. And there we go. You see in a second the correct veins and arteries, and then it's recommended area for compression. And then after that, it starts to compress. Well, the user starts to compress to detect DVT. In this case, there is no DVT in that patient because the compression was successful. And in a second, you'll see that entire analysis being done on the fly, on the phone, without the requirement of a specialist. It's analyzing the image, and in a second, you will see that there is no clot in that part of the patient. And that was just a brief overview of how the technology works. The main use case here is if we're able to do this and enable non-expert staff like nurses, like junior doctors, like emergency doctors to detect DVT at the point of care, we can reduce this 6 to 24-hour clinical pathway down to as little as 15 minutes. And the reason that's possible is because now the nurse can perform the scan earlier in the clinical pathway, saving loads of times and potentially avoiding needing to do a blood test such as a D-dimer blood test and then having to go to a formal ultrasound. So in terms of health economics, this is huge. And in fact, we've even published a Nature paper on this to break this down and provide the clinical evidence. In order to publish that paper, we partnered with Oxford University Hospital, Ernst for Bergman Clinic. We've been funded by the Wellcome Trust, as well as partnered with hardware vendors such as Clarius. That's the picture you saw earlier. Finally, from a business perspective, we have a very simple business model. It's a SaaS-based model where we charge the hospital between $50,000 to $200,000 per year. That's based on full-blown health economics in our Nature paper. The reason we can charge them this much is because they actually end up saving money on the technology. And obviously we don't, I say managed to finish this slightly further on time, but currently we've already had IP that is granted internationally, as well as clinical trials which show high sensitivity and specificity, as well as a multi-center clinical study, which we're literally starting right now. As of this month, we will be gathering further clinical evidence for full 510K FDA approval, as well as CE marking. And that's it, I guess. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Fouad. That's an inspiring pitch indeed. Let's go straight through to the jury and to get their questions. Claudio, off you go. Please go ahead.
So it was very interesting. Thanks so much. I was wondering what happens if there is any type of misdiagnosis, if there's a problem. So do you have any estimation on this, and also potential liabilities? Have you thought about that?
Very good point. That's why clinical trials. So our negative predictive value, we already have a sensitivity of above 90%, basically. So, and we have to show a negative predictive value of 99%, which is fine because compression ultrasound actually exactly the technique we use is the same technique that the radiologist uses. So in principle, there's no difference. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're just saying whatever the radiologist does, our AI guides a nurse to do this. And if you note, I said that the images still go up to the cloud for review, for radiology review. We call that Auto DVT version 1, and it's exactly to make sure that we don't miss any clots. And our prospective study, that's what we want to show, that there is no difference in our pathway versus the current standard of care, which is vital, obviously. But otherwise, the big thing is if we manage to do that, obviously this is a huge deal, right? Because there's no reason to do the current pathway than our one. Go ahead, sorry. Yeah.
I see that, Aidan, Daniel, and then after Nana.
I just wondering who is going to use this and where in the patient pathway is it used? Is it in the emergency department or?
Exactly, okay. Emergency.
And how many patients would you think would come in with
2,000 to 3,000
suspected DVT per
2,000 to 3,000
100?
Yeah.
Per 100,
sorry.
Say, yeah.
So
I'm just trying to figure why
average,
you buy a separate piece of equipment for the emergency department when you may only get 1 in 1,000 patients or something. I don't know what the percentage is.
Okay, so the number of suspected DVT scans is about 2,000 to 3,000 depending on the institution. Suspected DVT scans, right? 90+% are negative, and those are the ones we want to screen out. That's why we have the negative predictive value, if that makes sense. So the number of actual clots is low, which is the problem we're trying to solve, which is try to screen out as many of those negative cases as possible, and then only have the radiologist scan those that are much more likely to have DVT. So if a radiologist scans 2,000 per year instead, and only 100 have DVT or 200 have DVT, in our case, they only scan 300, and out of those 300, 200 actually have DVT. Does that make sense? It's a screening tool, essentially.
It does, yeah. But of patients that go into an emergency department, how many would be scanned in the first place?
2,000 to 3,000 a year that go through the emergency department.
Okay, out of
Oxford
100,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously the emergency will see hundreds of thousands.
What I'm trying to balance is why not have the previous model where you have a centralized ultrasound, you could detect that versus a small device which is going to be in an emergency department and used every so often.
Because the bottleneck is the radiologist, not the technology, not the devices, right? You still need that expert sonographer or radiologist to scan 2,000 to 3,000 patients per year, right? So in our case, we're saying instead of this person doing it, you can have any nurse, junior doctor, emergency doctor doing the same scan essentially, and then getting it confirmed. So it's much more essentially democratizing the ability to scan, if you want it to be that way. It's much more efficient for the emergency departments.
Thank you. Let's jump over to Danielle to ask your question. Danielle, quickly, please. Then Nana.
Yeah, mine has already been answered. Thank you.
You've got the answer.
I love
Nana.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know the ThinkSono. I remember still your presentation in Paris 2018. Great progress, fantastic. I just would like to address the time is really meta in that case, 15 minutes. Because this is emergency situation, and in terms of the complications and the lung, emboli, and this is really reduce the mortality enormously. My question is about the clinical workflow integration. You are in the German market in Potsdam in Hasselplatte Institute, and so there is a new legislation about the hospital of the future. So it means in that case you can be reimbursed. You
Yes,
are allowed
true.
to be integrated. How is your application is integrated in the clinical workflow? Sorry. Thank you.
Short answer, please, Fouad.
We can integrate via PACS, or we can have a standalone system. It's up to the hospital, but we have zero problems with seamless integration with the IT infrastructure of the hospital. Obviously, compliance with GDPR and all the other things that you have to be compliant with, no problem.
Thank you very much, Fouad. That completes our questions and answers between the jury and ThinkSono, and indeed the 14 pitches of the top medtechs. Let's just remember the last three that we met this afternoon. We met Orixa from France. Orixa aims to bring liquid ventilation's clinical benefits to the ICUs to save critical care patients. In Sweden, we met Medvask, who has a catheter as a revolutionary disposal medical device for the application of anesthesia during the treatment of varicose veins. And finally, in Germany, ThinkSono, with the world-leading ultrasound AI company that has created the world's first software for automatic detection of DVT, deep vein thrombosis. It's a huge, massive thank you that we wish to send to all 14 startups who have pitched today. Such quality, such exciting stuff, and such inspiration. So thank you to you all. Equally, a very big thank you to the jury for those probing questions, rich discussion, and constructive observations and advice. We are now going to move into a networking session. This, of course, is the wonderful opportunity for scheduling one-to-one meetings, meeting up, catching up, planning those future meetings to come with anybody that you would like to find out more about. This will run through until 16:30. 16:30 to 16:45 is time for tea, coffee, whatever you fancy at that time of the afternoon. But we will be meeting back again at 16:45 for two important things. Our third expert insight, and of course, you all know, at 5 o'clock, the awards ceremony. So we hope to see you then. Stay tuned, stay with us, and see you later. Have a good afternoon. Hello and welcome back to our final expert insight. We are going to be joined by two speakers from Merck, Dermot, Will and Emery, and they're going to give us an overview of the recent changes regarding reimbursement laws and the consideration of software as a medical device. We are now going to listen to Anthony Paronneau, partner, and Jana Grieb, counsel, both at McDermott, Will and Emery.
Hi everyone, my name is Anthony Paronneau. I'm a corporate partner in the office of McDermott, Will and Emery, and together with my colleague Jana Grieb from Munich, we'll be discussing software as a medical device, the recent trend and development we have seen in the EU, but also in Germany and France. So let's start with providing with an overview of what has changed with respect to software as a medical device. As most of you know, we have a brand new regulation here in Europe. It's a major update of the regulatory framework. So now the software as a medical device may qualify under both two new regulations, the medical device regulation, which is applicable since May of this year, and the in vitro diagnostic medical device regulation, which will become in effect as from next year, May of next year. So these two new regulations represent a significant development and strengthening of the existing regulatory system. They actually replace the former directive, which have been in effect for more than 25 years. So it was initially designed as an update to the directive, but this regulation have a more life cycle regulatory approach, while the former directive more focused on device approval. The treatment of medical software under the regulation exemplify both the expansion of the scope of the regulatory framework to reflect actually the state of innovation, but also impose higher requirements. So you will see on this slide, so the part A relates to the medical software that actually fall within the scope of the MDR, and the part B, which will be discussed by Jana, deal with the IVDR. So what are the key changes with the MDR? So there are many, of course. They set new stringent requirements for medical software and medical devices more generally, which affect clinical evaluation, conformity assessment procedure, traceability, and other, of course, obligation. Together with notified bodies, the manufacturer of medical device are the most affected by the new rules, to state the obvious. Under the former directive, they already bore some responsibility, but they now need to meet some stricter new requirements to be in compliance with the new regulation. It's also important to know that there is no grandfathering provision, meaning that all approved devices under the old regime must be recertified in accordance with the new requirements. Now, what is a software as a medical device? We have now a very good definition. It's a software that is intended to be used alone or in combination for a purpose as specified in the definition of a medical device in the MDR or IVDR, regardless of whether the software is independent or driving or influencing the use of a device. So the regulation clearly distinguishes between software that serves a medical purpose and then fall within the scope of the MDR, and thus who serve a general purpose, which fall outside the scope of the regulation. Typically, general fitness, lifestyle, and wellness apps fall outside the scope of the regulation. In case of uncertainty, the functionality of the software, the manufacturer intention, and any marketing claims regarding health benefits will be taken into account to determine whether the software should actually be regulated as a medical device. Of course, if you make any claims around the medical use of your device, it's very likely that you will fall within the scope of the regulation. So with all this change, and with also with the broader definition of medical device, which now extend to prediction and prognosis, whereas in the under the directive it was only prevention. We'll see, and we're actually seeing more and more apps being regulated by this new regulation. Also, we have new classification rules. The rules remain more or less the same. You still have 4 risk types from the lowest, class 1, to the highest, class 3. Whereas under the old directive, most of the medical device software were actually more class 1. They have been moved for many to a higher class with stricter requirements. Also, some software which were not really related, which felt actually outside the scope of the regulation, are now being regulated by this regulation. So it's really a big change in Europe. There was some transitional period that are over actually with respect to the MDR. We'll discuss the IVDR a bit later. But clearly, there's still room for class 1 categorization. But what we have seen so far is really a higher demand for more monitoring this medical software. Now I will let Jana discuss about the IVDR.
So together with the MDR, the EU legislator has also adopted a new regulation on in vitro diagnostics, the IVDR. The IVDR was also adopted in 2017, but provided a longer transition period of 5 years. The IVDR is therefore currently scheduled to become applicable in May 2022. There are some discussions about suspending the applicability of the IVDR in the same manner as the MDR applicability was suspended last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So far, the Commission has not proposed such general suspension. Instead, it has just proposed an extension of several deadlines under the IVDR. These deadline extensions are of particular importance, as one significant change the IVDR brings is a risk class system, comparable to the system that already exists under the MDR. Under this new risk class system, we have a group of IVD in risk class A. Those are devices with very low risk. There are only a few products that are in risk class A, predominantly simple products such as general lab equipment, buffer solutions, or specimen receptacles. Risk class C covers inter alia IVD for the detection of certain infectious agents and for prenatal screening, and most IVD for self-testing. Risk class D, the highest risk class, covers in particular devices for the detection of agents that cause life-threatening diseases and devices for testing of blood groups. Risk class B is a catch-all risk class for all IVD that do not fit into one of the other risk classes. All IVD, except those in risk class A, if they are not sterile, are subject to a CE certification by a notified body. Only non-sterile class A IVD will be subject to self-certification by the manufacturer without the involvement of a notified body. This is a major change because currently the majority of all IVD is subject to mere self-certification. This is why the proposal is so important, as it will amend the deadlines for the requirement of IVDR certificates for those IVD that used to be subject to self-certification and will now have to be reviewed by a notified body. It concerns the majority of IVD and helps keeping them on the market. If the proposal is adopted, the deadline to obtain IVDR certificates will be extended by several years. The shortest extension is until 2025 for IVD that will become Class D, while Class C devices have until 2026, and Class B, as well as sterile Class A devices, even benefit from an extended deadline until 2027. Diagnostic software used in a medical context can be a medical device or an IVD. This depends on how the device is used. If the device is used in or on the body, in vivo, like for instance a blood pressure monitor, it is a medical device. If it is used outside the body, it is said that the device is used in vitro. That's an old-fashioned term meaning in the glass. An example is a test for a certain agent in blood or saliva, for instance, a coronavirus test. The saliva is collected and then the sample is tested outside the human body. In that context, software will often be a part of an IVD and less often standalone. Standalone diagnostic software, for instance, a seeing or hearing test, will mostly be considered a medical device and not an IVD. So what is new under the IVDR? There are many changes that are similar to those under the MDR, such as an extended general scope and increased market surveillance obligation. The IVDR will cover so-called lifestyle tests, which means tests that have only an indirect medical purpose. Also, the inclusion of the term prediction in the definition of an IVD clarifies that genetic tests that predict a risk for a disease are covered by the scope of the IVDR. The IVDR will also regulate diagnostic services offered as an information society service, which will also apply to diagnostic testing services supplied from outside the EU to EU citizens. This means that tests provided via the internet or a medical smartphone app will be covered by the IVDR. With regard to software, the IVDR regulates inter alia requirements for interoperability. Also, the essential requirements for software will include IT security and protection against unauthorized access. Manufacturers will have to provide documentation that identifies components, algorithms, and technologies. The software itself will be subject to the Unique Device Identification UDI requirement. So let us now turn to the reimbursement side, because there's some good news in Germany in that regard. As a general remark, Germany is a statutory payer market, as 85% of the German population are insured in the statutory health insurance. Last year, a general reimbursement system for medical apps in the statutory health insurance was introduced. Eligible medical apps are called digitale Gesundheitsanwendungen, short DiGA. The DiGA concept applies to apps that are CE certified medical devices in low MDR risk classes, which means risk classes 1 or 2A. In order to obtain reimbursement for a medical app, the manufacturer has to apply to be added to a list at the German Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. The reimbursement price is then negotiated with the Association of the Statutory Health Insurers. For the inclusion of a DiGA in the BfArM list, the manufacturer must prove that the DiGA meets the requirements for safety, functional capability, and quality, and that it complies with data protection requirements. Also, the manufacturer has to show that the app has positive effects in patient care. These positive effects in patient care have to be established with a comparative study, which demonstrates the advantage of using the DiGA as opposed to not using it. Generally, this has to be a retrospective study, but it does not have to be a genuine clinical study. It can also be an epidemiological study or a study using methods from other scientific fields, such as healthcare research. At this point, there are 24 medical apps listed at the Federal Institute. The number of reimbursement medical apps will probably increase quickly now, the more established the system becomes. And with that, I thank you for your attention and turn back to Anthony, who will tell us what French health insurers think about this.
Yes, thank you, Jana, for all of this. Just to make a long story short, France has adapted its existing reimbursement process to the existing model. We've recently been informed that President Macron will try to replicate what exists in Germany, as Jana just described, and to have a comparable system. We have no fast track process, so we have to follow in order to get reimbursement for a medical device as software, what currently exists with respect to medical device. So there are 4 steps. You have to be CE marked. You have to obtain a favorable opinion from the French High Autorité for Health, which is the HAS. And you have to demonstrate to the Haute Autorité de Santé the actual benefit compared to other products of your own device. Then there is a decision to have this product reimbursed or not. And finally, you have to be prescribed by a doctor. There are very few medical apps and softwares that have been approved yet. We see a lot a lot. That's the next slide. A lot of interest from the industry, but also from the institutions such as the HAS, which has recently issued guidelines and provide explanation. So we hope that it will facilitate reimbursement in the near term. But to date, the regulatory environment in France actually remains complex. There is no fast track process. So you have to, it really depends on your device and on the ability of the HAS to review with appropriate experts, again, the interest of the device.
So with that, we thank you very much for being with us today and for your attention. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony and Jana, for being with us at Catapult Medtech semi-finals. Well, what a day, an exciting day, a busy day, a rich day, full of so many things. 14 powerful pitches, many meetings, and of course, multiple connections. And during that last session this afternoon, 6 people have been working particularly hard with a huge challenge in front of them, and that, of course, is our dear jury. They have been deliberating, discussing, and making big decisions. And of course, we are now at 5 o'clock Central European time. We are now at that magic moment of the awards ceremony. And it is a great pleasure for me to now be able to hand over to the only person who can lead this awards ceremony. So we go back to meet Kurt Holler, Director of Business Creation at EIT Health. Kurt, it's great to see you again. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Alison. Thank you so much for also moderating the whole day so far. It was an intensive day again, second day now, after having the biotech semifinals yesterday. Now we concluded the Medtech semifinals today. And indeed, started very well. This morning I had, in the opening session, I discussed with Chad Flo, an investment banker and supervisory board member at EIT Health, about all the money that is out there. So he said there is certainly enough liquidity for all the companies, for the great medtech companies that we will hear today, also in the early stage and later stage. And he also pointed out that so far still we are a bit lagging behind in going public, but in the following talk then Niklas Holmberg from Nasdaq showed and demonstrated that actually with their programs it's not too difficult to also do a smaller IPO. And then throughout the day we have seen a lot of very good examples of companies that certainly could benefit from that money. I actually also very much liked now the final words of Anthony and Diana, and also pointing out to the German DiGA system and to the French reimbursement system of digital health applications. And we know that also some companies that now pitched in the medtech area, not only the digital health segment tomorrow, but also in the medtech area, so that for some of them it might be interesting that indeed President Macron announced in one of our EIT Health events actually that they want to replicate the German system and that there will be reimbursement also for digital health applications. That EIT Health is playing an instrumental role in making that possible. But now coming back to the awards again. So what are we actually pitching for? So of course the startups are pitching for some prize money. There's 40,000 euro for the winner, and then another, I think, 20 and 10,000 euro for the second and the third of today's medtech companies. But it's much more. It's not just about the money. It's also about meeting each other, getting visibility, getting into a network. The famous EIT Health network was the 150 leading institutions, corporates, academics, so like university and university hospitals in Europe in the healthcare sector. So getting access to that network, getting visibility into that community. That's what the companies actually are fighting for. And then, of course, through the network, also getting access to finance, getting access to investors. And it is, it is a bit unfortunate that we again had to hold our semifinals in an online format. Even if for some of the visitors it might have been easier to now join the semifinals in an online format, but for the companies, of course, it is much better to be on the big stage at a great venue, and that's exactly what we will provide them in May. So in order, some of you guys, especially those that have been with EIT Health for some time, might know that usually in December we had our annual big convention, our big conference, the EIT Health Summit. And now we decided to postpone the summits into later next year, so into May 24th, 25th. And the reason is that we all hope that the pandemic is by then again under control and that people can meet in person. So that's why we also have the semifinals now in December, a bit later than usually. We have the semifinals in December, and then the 7 winners of today will be invited to the big summit on the big stage in Stockholm in May next year. The top 3 will be invited to pitch in a plenary session. So that will be the most exciting thing, of course, and they will pitch for the prize money and the big visibility. And the 4 runners-up also will be invited and will pitch at the venue in person in front of investors and corporates and university hospitals, but they pitch in a separate category. So now it's about to announce the winners, but before we come to the jury winners, so those who are invited to Stockholm, we will allow our sponsors that have provided lots of interesting prizes to announce their winners. And it's my pleasure to start with Guy Spiegelman. Guy, you are representing Amazon Web Services, and yesterday we had a joke on backstage that you don't even have to remember the winner because all of the companies will be awarded. Today you made it a bit more difficult because now you will award the winners and give them a few words, not from your office, but today from your car because you had some delays in a flight due to pandemics. But happy that you made it, happy that you're on the ground and that everything worked out. So over to you, Guy.
Thanks, Kurt. And yes, speaking from my car on the way to pick up my parents who I haven't seen for 2 years because of the pandemic. But thank you, everyone. And thank you for all the sponsors today and for EIT Health for putting on such a great platform for these startups and medtech startups who are going to really drive the future of healthcare. At Amazon Web Services, we really believe that data, the cloud, high-performance computing is going to help medical devices be more connected and provide more value. And with that in mind, we're pleased to give everyone a prize today. For all participants from the semifinals, you are eligible for $10,000 in AWS Activate credits for connecting your devices to the cloud and then to other healthcare systems, plus some supporting office hours with solution architects and business development experts. And for those going to the final, that figure is going to be $25,000. And so we're really proud to partner with EIT Health Catapult and to provide those startups with the support and with the credits so that they can take their solution and bring their solutions to patients faster. So Kurt, thanks a lot. It's been a great couple of days and looking forward to tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Guy. Thank you so much, and greetings to your parents. Then have a good time. Thanks that you still made it into the awarding ceremony. Now we will come to the second prize, and there I'd like to invite on behalf of AstraZeneca, today represented by Yannick Kiebert. Yannick, the floor is yours.
Hi, Kurt, and many thanks for you as well as Alison for moderating through the whole day. It's been very inspiring. So I think the tough work you have done in terms of preparation really turns out to be a great success. And based on that, AstraZeneca is following the mission to eliminate cancer as a cause of death. Therefore, The prize today will be dedicated to the best solution in oncology. The award itself is actually less money based. As you mentioned out, Kurt, there will be lots of money floating around in the market already. So it will be more about support, and we will hope to interact with the winner for the best oncology solution into getting in close contact with our business development department and generate exposure internally and as well as externally. So the winner I'm allowed to announce is actually sitting in Spain and is going to Loico for their non-invasive at-home white cell blood testing device. Cheers to Spain and many congratulations towards Loico.
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. That's great. Thank you, Yannick, and thanks to AstraZeneca for the award. That's great.
You're very welcome. Where are you located right now?
In Madrid, Spain, yes.
Okay, cool. So then,
Very
cheers to
good.
Madrid and talk to you soon.
Likewise.
Super. That is excitement. Thank you so much. Excellent. Now we come to the next award. The next award will be handed over by EG Technology, or actually the next 3 awards, to be honest, are sponsored by EG Technology, and I'd like to ask José Agavi to the stage. José, very much looking forward to first hearing what the prize is about, and then to disclose the 3 winners.
Thank you, Kurt, and thanks to EIT for putting together such a great cohort of startups to listen to. I stayed the whole day listening to pitches, so that was very exciting. It was very difficult to choose, which is why we picked 3. But the idea is that we wanted to pick the most innovative product, where EG Technology will be providing engineering support days, whether it is to review your product, to review your product roadmap, discuss any engineering challenges or try to solve it along with you. So the first one we're going to be announcing is 2 engineering days to support towards your product development, and that goes to Initius. So congrats to the team, and we look forward to supporting you.
Ruben,
Hey.
congratulations. Happy to see you again.
Good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you for the prize. We will need it for sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Super. That sounds great. So you need a prize. That sounds very good. Now again, José, the second prize. Whom do you awarding the second prize to?
So the second prize is 3 days of engineering support, and I think this one goes to Orixa. So congratulations to Orixa, and we look forward to speaking with you and learning more.
Thanks a lot. We really look forward to it as well. So very happy, and thanks for picking us up.
Very good. Congratulations. Welcome to France. And now we come to the last one, or prize awarded by EG Technology.
Yeah, so this is going to be 5 days of engineering support, and that goes to LICO, and we look forward to working with you.
Aurélien again. Hi.
Hi.
Well done.
You got awarded again. Very good. Super. So that's already a double winner. Aurélien already catch 2 prizes from 2 sponsors. But now let's look to the others. So Luis was Henrik. What's
Hello.
your favorite candidate, and what's the prize about?
Yeah, the prize, first of all, I'm the Chief Information Officer for Lusíadas, that is an United healthcare company. We will give the winner, we will support a pilot across our units and maybe scale that to United. And we will promote the solution across our clinical areas. And the winner is Sono. Congratulations.
Wow, thank you very much. Really exciting. Yeah, we would be more than happy to pilot this technology across your institution. So I really appreciate you guys picking us.
Super. So that prize went to Germany. We had Spain and France, but we didn't have Germany so far. So congratulations to that. And thanks to the sponsor. Excellent. Now we come to the last prize that is dedicated by one of our sponsors. And I'd like to invite Denise Chandler from McDermott, Will and Emery. We already have heard a great presentation from your colleagues before. Now it's up to you to hand over the prize. So what's the prize? And we saw
Thank you very much.
Of your colleagues. What's the prize and who will get it?
Well, thank you, first of all, Kurt and team, for this awesome event. The prize will be 10 hours of free legal advice from McDermott. So that will certainly help. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what a great competition. The McDermott team has been truly impressed by such an extraordinary group of startup companies and high potentials. And you all clearly have an exciting and promising future ahead of you. We had a very tough decision to make. It's an honor for me to announce the winner of the McDermott Prize in the Medtech category. So the McDermott Prize goes to Reconea. Huge congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
And thank you so much for the prize.
You're
Super.
welcome.
So this time the prize goes to Italy. Where are you based exactly?
Venice. Unfortunately,
Venice.
it's already black outside. Otherwise, it's night. I can show you a piece of Venice.
A quick city tour. Super. So maybe we want to visit you at some point of time. So Venice is always a nice place to go. Haven't been there for quite a while.
It will be a pleasure. It will be a pleasure.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Now we have handed over all the sponsor prizes. Now we come to the jury prize. And on behalf of the jury, I'm happy and delighted to invite Neil Thomas to give insights into the jury decision, not revealing yet who is the winner. That will be done by me a bit later, but sharing a few insights, what the jury discussed and how the pitches have been, just sharing a few insights. Neil.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Well, turning to the pitches, first of all, we saw a broad range of technologies, which was very interesting. Some areas that I've not delved into deeply in the past. And of course, the common theme through everything was some highly innovative technology. We saw some very well thought through business plans explained in only 5 minutes, as you're aware, that could show how these solutions could reach and serve unmet needs. And it was obvious that the teams had thought through the possible target markets, their addressable markets, and how they could deliver to those markets. And there was a good understanding of the need for IP protection, a good explanation of steps taken to date and what might need to be done next. We had at least one mention of freedom to operate. As an IP geek, I was very happy to see. I'd like to see a bit more of that in pitches in the future, because that's almost as important as your IP. Does your product infringe somebody else's patents? And then we had a short but sweet explanation in most cases of the teams that were driving these business plans, some of the boards that were assisting them. And in many cases, we got to see that the companies and the projects had already sought opinion from key opinion leaders. They'd done surveys and questionnaires, and they'd already scoped out how the product could be meeting the need that they had identified. So all in all, a really professional set of pitches. And of course, we as the jury had to digest this information and come up with some smart questions to resolve any doubts. And I think we came up with some really wide-ranging and interesting questions, considering the different backgrounds we come from. And I'm very happy to say that in every case, I think, those questions were well answered. And we all got to see a little bit more behind the presentation. Though, as we discussed in the jury consensus, 5 minutes of Q&A could have possibly been 7. We all had more questions to ask when our time was cut short. So in terms of choosing between these pitches, well, I know it might sound like a cliche, but it was very difficult to choose between the projects. And the results, in fact, were very close. But I'm happy to say that after a little bit of debate, not debate, we have chosen our winners and our runners-up. And I think we're happy with the decision. Though, of course, we're very happy to congratulate whoever moves forward to Stockholm. But we're also sad but enthusiastic for those that have not made it. To those that don't make it, I would say, and the rest of the jury would say, good luck and don't give up.
Thank you so much, Neil. That was really very lively and very interesting insights, and I can confirm that the jury members really asked us as organizers to give them more time for Q&As in the future, because the interaction was so valuable, and they had still so many additional questions. Now we'll come to the announcements. First of the 4 runners-up. So as I had explained, all the companies that I will announce now will go to Stockholm. 4 of them will pitch at a smaller stage, or maybe also at the main stage, but at a side session. So that's not 100% clear yet, but they will pitch in a smaller session. And the top 3 that, of course, I will announce last will pitch on the main stage in the plenary session when everyone is present. But let's get started with announcing the 4 finalists, the runners-up, that will still be invited to Stockholm and will pitch live on stage. The first one to be announced is Fieldtech from Ireland. Andrew, great to see you again.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, great to see you. Thanks very much, Kurt. I'm delighted to hear that. Yeah, we're very appreciative.
Super. Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing you then in Stockholm, and I hope you benefited already sufficiently from the EIT Health programs, including the super mentoring. So hope you will also use the super mentoring for the next couple of months until May to fine-tune your pitches and to really work on all the business assumptions so that everything is razor sharp and super much to the point.
Yeah, so big thank you to Eric Garnier, our super mentor, who's been a huge support for us and very valuable in shaping us for this competition. So we're very much appreciative to his support.
Super. Thanks, Andrew, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
The second one out of these 4 Medtech finalists, and is someone who got already awarded before by the sponsors. Next one is sitting in France, Orisha Fabrice. Congratulations for being one of the 4 finalists.
Thanks a lot, Kurt. Very happy on behalf of the whole team. It's a great recognition, and it boosts our confidence and our energy. So thanks a lot to the jury member, and thank you, special merci to David Comartin, our super mentor, who was very helpful in supporting us. So we look forward to the next part of the journey.
Very good. Yeah, wish you all the best on that journey. Will be certainly an interesting trip till we meet again in Stockholm. Now, the number 3 of the finalists is a different country. Number 3 is AstroSafe. Congratulations to Karianne.
Yeah, thank you very much for this recognition. It's really, really nice. And on behalf of the team, thank you all for this nice road trip. We don't know where it will end, but this is a very, very good start. Thank you very much. Also to my super mentor, Ron Byron, for the support.
Thank you so much, Karianne. And congratulations to the Netherlands. Your colleagues will be very proud of you. Thank you. See you in Stockholm. And the last out of the 4 finalists is France again, BFC. Marie, congratulations for going to Stockholm. Congratulations.
Hi. Wow, thank you very much on behalf of the BFC team as well. And we would like to thank Rouse for all the mentoring sessions, and also the jury for obviously giving us feedback every time we had a pitch to perform. This allowed us as well to onboard and try to onboard the medical and wearable advisors, experts in our team as well. So thank you very much for all the support and for this recognition.
Excellent. Super. Congratulations again, and looking forward to meeting in Stockholm. Have a good time. Now we come to the podium finalists. So those that will pitch on the main stage in the plenary session and will for sure receive prize money. So the next three companies I will start with, and it's random order. So there is no order behind. It's a random order in the announcement, also with the companies before. The first of the three podium finalists is Luminate Medical. Congratulations to Barbara from Ireland.
Yeah. Amazing, guys. Thank you so much. Delighted. Catapult has been a really nice experience. We've had so much support from EIT Health in the recent years. And thank you so much to Bernard Kirsch as well for the support in super mentoring. So really, really delighted and looking forward to Stockholm.
Excellent. Very much looking forward to meeting you there in person as well. Congratulations, Barbara.
Thank you.
The second one, we already met him before, is ThinkSono, Fuad from Germany. Congratulations to the whole ThinkSono team.
Wow, thank you very much. And shout out to our super mentor. That was very helpful in the jury. Thanks, guys, for selecting us to be part of the finalists. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Excellent. That's amazing. And now we come to the last of the three. So the last of the three podium finalists that will compete for the prize money, for the big visibility on stage. Of course, the awarding ceremony, then in the evening reception, and also the public visibility in all our press releases. The last one of these three is Luco Aurelian from Spain.
Oh.
Congratulations again.
Well, thank you very much. That's amazing. I mean, I'm very glad to hear that, and very much looking forward to pitching in Stockholm. I mean, I want to thank a lot, EIT Health and also the jury on behalf of the whole team, and also thank our super mentors. We actually had two super mentors. So first, Josep Luis Falco, and then Tim Jurgens. And so yeah, again, a big thanks to EIT Health for organizing everything. That's really great. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much, Aurelian. So you have been mentioned even 3 times today. You have been 3 times on stage. So that is exceptional. I can't remember that someone got already 3 prizes in one session. Maybe that's due to your 2 super mentors. So that was double superpower. I don't know. But very much looking forward to your live performance, then live on stage in Stockholm. Looking forward to meeting you there.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was the winners. Was exciting pitches today. Now you see who has taken the prizes. Of course, those companies that have not been awarded explicitly, all of them are winners. All of them have received the Amazon Web Services credits. All of them have made it into the semifinals, which also gave you some visibility. And of course, you already received also the super mentoring during the semifinal training or before the semifinals. So all of you, all those 14 companies that have pitched today are the top medtech companies that we currently have in Europe in that maturity level. So I think all of you can be very proud of that, and was more than happy to see you here on the virtual stage in the Medtech semifinals. For all the others, looking forward to meeting you in Stockholm, meeting you in person, and hopefully that's the beginning of a wonderful joint journey or story. I have already met some of you before in the Gold Track program, for example, but some of you I didn't have any contacts so far. So really looking forward to getting in touch in Stockholm. Also, a big thank you to the jury members, to Neil, who represented the jury members here on board. Big thanks also to the sponsors, to the prize sponsors. I think today we had an exceptional lineup of sponsors and additional prizes. We never had so many prizes before. So that is also a super relevant and super exciting contribution for our startups. I also want to thank the organizers. First and foremost, the EIT Health team and the partners that organized that. So Anna Badurska from Cap Digital, Jonas from Medical Valley, and Arantxa from BioRN. So thank you so much for great coordination. Also a big thanks to Katie, Mike, and Charlotte from the Asheville team. And last but not least, a big thank you to Alison for a great moderation. Like always, you have been on board in the Health Catapult already since 2019 in different functions and different roles. And very happy to see you now moderating this show. With that, thank you so much, everyone, for joining today. I hope I will see most of you again tomorrow when we open again at 9 o'clock with the Digital Health semifinals. And till then, I hand back to Alison. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Thank you. And exactly, what a wonderful and exciting day. And congratulations to all the 14 startups, and of course to the winners. Next destination is Stockholm. So it's been a full day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us. And of course, we want to thank everybody. I will read out the names of our sponsors, because we really do want to say thank you to our sponsors who not only have allowed this great event to take place, but also contributing to the prizes, as we have seen this evening. It's prizes a go-go. Wow. So let us thank, please, AstraZeneca, Amazon Web Services, EG Technology, Luciadas, McDermott, Will and Emery, Merck, and NASDAQ. We also, of course, would like to say a word of thanks, a big word of thanks to the members of the jury who had a really challenging job, and it must have been very tough at times. So they gave us their constructive feedback and they made those important decisions. So thank you so much to Aidan, to Simon, to Neil, to Daniel, to Nana, and to Claudio. Thank you so much for being our jury today. Naturally, we want to say a big thank you to the wonderful people backstage who we can't necessarily see today on screen, but our great friends at EIT Health, and there are many. I think particularly of Anais at Business Creation Accelerator, Anna in Cap Digital, Jonas in Medical Valley, Arantxa in BioRN, and of course Manuel at Cap Digital also. This event could not take place without you, so thank you so much. And of course, a huge thank you to everybody who has been on the call, perhaps yesterday as well, but certainly if you've joined us today, thank you for being with us. You are very welcome. And of course, the journey continues tomorrow, because tomorrow is Digital Health semi-finals in the EIT Health Catapult program, and we look forward to seeing you there. Before then, we wish you all a very lovely evening and see you tomorrow. Good evening.